welcome to the Divine Realm! Hi, everyone. Hi, Saya. Hi, Susie. Hi, Leon. Hello, hello. Somebody's out here committing crimes already. I'm biting you. I'm biting you. I am, in fact, susceptible to propaganda. What? The ghost trick music's for me. Obviously, silly. It was for me, actually. I was sitting here like, what can I play to get me hyped up? I was listening to Star Force music and then I went, nah, you know what? I need a good ghost trick tune. It's only a crime if you're caught. Now that's true. Hi everyone. Thank you, Leon, for the 30 stream streaks. I can't believe it's been 30 streams already since we've met each other. Wow, I feel like we just met last week. Isn't that crazy? Isn't the passage of time insane? We should get you a 3D printer that make you print Warhammer figures so you stop spending $9 million on it, you fool. Dead I already discussed it. Nice! Yeah, the biggest problem with 3D printers is the pollution aspect, and you have to figure out how to vent it properly. It's actually been 45. I lost it. It's been 45? Good lord. I can't believe that. Also, happy Saturday, everyone. I hope you guys are having your weekend off to a great start. It's been since I was in hospital. Yeah, I don't even remember how long. Honestly, I'm gonna be so for real. The start of this year has been kind of crazy. And I know we're in March now, but it's still, I don't remember January and February. January and February are a total wash for me, so basically this month feels like January. This month right now does feel like January right now to me, and the fact that it's not is crazy. I hope everyone's doing well. I myself, oh my gosh, chat, I think I'm stressed the hell out. I'm gonna be so for real. I think my body's telling me, you pointing at yourself, are stressed out and you need to take it slower. I don't know, it's not really streaming or anything. I think it's everything else I'm trying to do on top of streaming. Did Eliza let you know if you should tag Bricky in the title? I could say, yeah, I could include him. She didn't tell me anything. Warhammer lore, Warhammer Bricky lore videos react. I don't, Bricky lore videos react. There we go. I think she did, but I don't even know. I'll include it. There you go. There we go. Anyways. Yes, thank you. I'm doing too much. So next week, I think I'm going to cut down a little bit on streams, only in terms of like, we'll still be doing some collab streams. I've got Elden Ring with Eliza planned and Triforce Heroes with Corey and Pan planned. But aside from that, it's also my father's birthday next week. So I already wasn't planning on streaming at least one of those days. So I'm like, what if I just mainly keep it a collab week? Rest up. Thank you. I'll let him know that you guys are wishing him a happy birthday. But we'll cut back a little bit next week, take a little bit of a breather, and then we'll come back the following week. We'll also take another, it's a collab week. I thought you meant the opposite. No. No. Next week is going to be Elden Ring with Eliza, and then Triforce Heroes with Corey and Pan, and probably no real other streams other than that. Unless I am really feeling it. We'll do like a surprise stream if I feel it, you know? It won't be scheduled. But basically, you'll only see me outside of those streams if I'm really feeling it that day. Oh, yes, thank you. And then we'll be back the following week. We're also gearing up for, Zeldathon in May. So I'll probably take another, like, break at the end of April to gear up for like non-stop streaming. But I do have some real world stuff to sort out as well, so this will give me a chance to do that. Yeah, Triforce Heroes, because Pan's not free. He's not free. It's all his fault. Blame him. It's your lead-in. Free that boy. Burn his university. Don't do that. But I'm looking forward to it. I am really looking forward to playing another. I'm especially looking forward to another collab with Pan and Corey. Especially those two are very hectic together. But especially to a Zelda game, since Zelda is one of Corey's special interests, and Pan loves. Hi, Immortal. How are you? I was gonna say Pan loves collabing with the two girly pops. So, and I love all of the above. So we're gonna have a great time together. Look forward to it. Aside from that, turns out Pan. It will be that, yeah. No, so it will be that. And that was what Pokemon Violet was. I was being terrorized for several hours straight. And yet, here I am signing up for more of it, you know? I don't understand why the fish isn't working. Like, it's open. Am I got logged out again? God damn it. One moment. Let me hide this. Real quick, how did it log me out again? This goddamn... I need to get a new mini game. It's pissing me off. Why does it say porcelain maid? Oh. Hey, what? Who's doing this? Cut that out. I'm being terrorized. Porcelain maid caught in chicken nugget. Congrats to porcelain maid. I'm being terrorized from the walls, and I need you to come out and identify yourself. Cut that out. I'm gonna get your ass. Then I'll join it. It'll be the worst experience ever. No. Stop that. Don't do that, Soupy. Thank you to Anonymous for a second gifted sub. I appreciate it. Should add a roulette wheel as a point reward. A roulette wheel for what? What rewards do you want? For you, I mean, because then you'll have 3 people. I don't want... I'm already the Triforce. Like, I don't need... Instead of fishing. Oh, but, like, what do you get from the roulette wheel? Just 10 points? I am the Force in Triforce. It's true. You're right. Corey is the Tri. I'm the Force, and Pan wants to be the hero. Chance to gain or lose points. Actually, I think there is a roulette function in the stream elements bot. Let me check that. There were a bunch of chat commands that I turned off. I think it's... I know there's roll. We need more Gamba. It's true. Well, you can roll. You can do that. And roll a d20. So if I ever say, chat, roll for initiative, we're squaring up, you can roll for initiative. Oh. Leon's going first in the battle. Hi, Hap Hap. So nice to see you. Saya's going first in the battle. There was... Where are they? Where's the default commands? You can duel each other for points. Do I remember how to do that, though? Duel. What do I duel? What if I duel Hep? Oh, okay. So I have to bet how many. All right, so what if I duel Hep 1? Will that... Oh, cancel duel. All right. Now let me try that again. Will I be dueling Hep for 1? Oh, there you go. Accept. All right, Saya. I won 30 bells. I win! All right, there you go. You can do gambling via dueling each other for points. Me? Okay. Well, I feel like if you all just start dueling me, I have unlimited bells, so this is actually, you're just trying to... Okay. All right. Did you get 500 points just now, Leon? I feel like you're gaming the system, perhaps, if you duel me specifically. I think so? Oh, no. Okay, I'm not accepting any more duels. Hey now, you're gaming the system. I have unlimited. That ain't right. There go the duels. Oh. I like that the stream element bot cries if you deny. It's like, no, my duels. Let's see. I think there's a... If I do over 50, I can get the song redeemed. It's true. Oh. Yeah, if you do 50K, I won't accept it. Yeah, you could try to duel me for 500K bells, but I won't accept it. I can't have you game the system like that. Oh, you're gonna shut down my... Oh. Back it up, folks. We gotta kill the whole stream. Where is it? I know for a fact there was some sort of roulette. Oh, there is a roulette. I have it turned on. Okay, wait. Roulette. Nothing happened. Okay. What do you do? I see that you're turned on, but what do you do? Other alias is just gamble. Did I misspell it? Gamble. Gamble 50. Okay, so this is lying to me. Oh my gosh, it's Chantal Raid! Hi, Chantal! Welcome in! I'll give you a shout out. Chantal! What were you playing? Let me look. Ooh, Streets of the Paradise Fantasy Origin! How was it? I hope you had a great time. Thank you so much for the raid. We're checking out Stream Elements bot commands at this moment. Okay, so you have to do roulette plus points. So you can wager either an amount of points or a percentage. Okay, so let me see. Let me try 100. So roulette. Whoa. I have 4,000, so I have way more than that. Gamble 1%. Wow. Look at you guys. I'm getting worried about this. I should probably have a cooldown on this. How many? Those aren't the channel points. Oh, good. What are they? Just fake points? Oh, those are Stream Elements points. Oh, right. So what do you do with Stream Elements points? You cry. Hell yeah. Do you... I think you... Is there like a thingy you can use that you amass them? Do I have... Did I turn on the slots machine as well? Let me see. Yeah, I think they're just fake currency. Aw, man. You gotta go minimum 100 for the slots machine. I see, there's so many different things you can use. Let me see. What can you do with Stream Elements points? You just accrue them. What if I gamble all of them away? Do 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 do. Okay, so you... Oh, I can give points also. Interesting. Break another plague. Who has the most? It's Hep. Oh, Hep is the most, and Saya, then Dia, then Star, then Shinobi. Actually, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Hi, Ty! Welcome in. I'm never surprised. Don't even worry. Redeem. Oh, wait. Okay, there are things that I can do with it. So if I had like a thing you could redeem with it. So there is redeem. You successfully redeemed something for points, or you could buy. But I don't have anything for you to buy. Interesting. It will be based on our channel points since they gain at the same rate, but we can't spend them as easily. So, oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay. Or you can bet on a contest. You can... Items. Ooh, what's this? No items. There we go. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning so much. Oh, there's a stream store that I could set up. Open store. Enables all items in the stream store. But I don't have anything in the stream store. Interesting. Leon wants to bet it all so bad. Stream Elements, please let Leon bet it all. Bet all of his points. Every single one, please. I need that rush. Maybe you just need to get the number and then bet them all. Create new item. Oh, okay, so I can actually create the items. So I can make, ooh, I can make stream perks, sound effects, access code list. Unique access codes delivered to viewers upon redemption. What is this for? Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a subscription to Warhammer. I appreciate you. Wait, this is kind of cool. Redeemable rewards like sub-only mode, song requests, or custom actions. Oh wait, this is kind of cool. Okay, so this is basically just Stream Elements' channel points version. Okay. Welcome to the community, whatever. I broke. I lost it all. Wait, you actually gambled it? That's so fucking funny, dog. You got one try left. All right, Leon, this is for all the marbles. Go on, go on, go on. You can do it. It only takes 32 to win. You can do it. Oh, it really hates you using the gamble. It really hates it when you use the oh, wait, no, there's a cooldown, by the way. There's a 60-second cooldown. That's probably the problem. Specifically so that you wouldn't plague chat. In 1 minute, you can gamble the rest of your life away. Don't even worry, Leon. Shut the... You're ready! Hype train. Ignore that. Shut the... No! Gamble all. Oh. Hey, Leon, you can just type gamble all. Leon, great news. You just do gamble all. Oh, you won. Gambling hype train? Finally. All right, let me, what if I gamble all? The thing is, I don't even know how many it thinks I have. It thinks I only have 4,530, which is simply not correct. I've made 300,000 in the last 5 minutes. I love gambling. Hi, Yvonne. Welcome in. Oh my god. Hep, what if you gambled, Hep? What if you gambled all? Just kidding. What if you gambled all though? What if you did? I don't gamble. Understandable. Why does it say 1,157? There aren't 1,100. I don't have 1,157. Oh, I guess that's people who gained points by watching me. So all in all, I've had 1,157 people stop by the channel. That's kind of cool. That's pretty cool. That's an interesting feature. You're rank 6? Oh my god. Congratulations. Congratulations, Soupy. I can take 6 for now. You gonna try to overcome Hep? It's with virtual Warhammer. Thank you. Oh. Shoot. Why are we typing mix it up? What are we doing? I really need to tell Mix It Up to not use my account. I have a bot account. Now I can use that. I could do that. Oh, wait. Oh, but I have to log in with it. I don't remember my login. Do I really feel like fist fighting my passwords? Testing commands. Go ahead. Just don't break anything while you're around. We're holding things up with duct tape and glue. And I'm worried about what could happen. I do not compete either. I'm just here. And you know what? I love that you live life with such a Zen philosophy. I personally live for that rush of gambling. And then I cry when it doesn't go well. I said I didn't want to find my password, but I am looking for it. Me con gaga. Leon, you gotta keep betting it all. You do gotta keep betting it all. Oh, how far will Leon go? How far will he go? I don't think I should probably be encouraging people to gamble. I think people could easily take that out of context and then I'll be in trouble. Oh wait, no, if I just log out and then log in. Yes, I can do this. All right, I'm setting something up while you guys gamble your lives away. Today, I should go over what the plan for today is. Aside from encouraging my chat to gamble and yapping, we are also going to be reacting. I know, the long-awaited react stream. You guys love it when I react to content, don't you? We will be reacting specifically to Warhammer lore videos by Bricky, and I'll throw up a link in chat, connecting to the videos specifically that we are reacting to. Hi, Bounce! Welcome in. Nope. I will throw up. I will also throw up the YouTube link for each video that we react to. There's only really 2 that we're reacting to today. If we make it to both of them, I'll be very impressed with myself, not gonna lie. But that is the hope. That is the hope that we'll make it through both today. I can do what Eliza can't. I can! Do I want it to have this? I'm giving it access to my accounts, and perhaps I should feel in fear of that. I'm giving things access to my account. All right, there we go. All right, all my bot accounts are connected. So now if I type mix it up, will it still use my account specifically? No, it uses my bot account. Yippee! Woo! I love this for me. I'm free! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Accept it blindly. They used it. Accept it. It's true. Are you saying that I'm not part of the youth or that I am part of the youth for accepting it blindly? Let's see. I will also... I'm gonna go ahead and turn off some of the viewer rewards. Sorry, folks. I'll leave most of them on. I just don't want to be Nene-ified mid-react, you know? I want you guys to be able to catch my expressions. And as much as I love Nene, all you can really see is me squinting my eyes when I'm Nene. Oh. That's okay, Leon. Because you know what I can do for you? You know what I, your benevolent goddess, can do for you? You're really at the bottom! I can give you 100. Never mind, I have 0. That's fucked up that it thinks I have 0. It's fucked up that it thinks I have 0. How do I give myself more points? I'm all in. Let it ride. Aww. Thank you, Saya. That's so kind. All right, now Leon, you have 100 points from Benevolent Saya. Now you gotta now turn fishing off. Oh yeah, it'll cover the video. It's a good point. The rest should be fine. Fishing and League? League's not on. It's not. What's up? There's a 60-second cooldown on it, by the way. So you gotta wait at least a minute before, and think about your gambling choices before you gamble all. I haven't lost a gamble once. I have 800K. All right, do it again. Do it again, Soupy. Soupy, do it again. Leon, you gotta crawl your way back up. Bit by bit, you're gonna make it up there. I believe in you, no, but like, trust, Soupy. Soupy, trust, you're not gonna lose again. You're gonna have 1 million bells. Go on. Bet it. I believe in you. Bet all of them except for one. Show that you believe in your luck. Prove to us that you have the Galad luck and bet every single bell except for one. There's a universe where I bet and I win it all. This is not that universe, but I mean, Shirtal did it. Show us you're alive and bet it all. Bet it all, Soupy. Let it ride. Let it ride. Oh wait, I can add points to myself. Wait. My title never updated? It's right there. The Bricky's in it. Wait, let me see if I can give Leon points. Can I add? I typed add or give, but if I just hit add, will it work? No. No, I don't. It doesn't work. Username was not found. Oh, maybe there's not supposed to be an at in front of it. Usually they're okay with the at. Ah, there we go. There you go, Leon. Now you have 100 more. Okay, so that's how I can give me... Wait, let me give myself 1 billion bells. So you did it! You gambled them all! Congrats on your win. Now what if you did it again? You're still only ranked second. Mine? No. You know what's worse, Soup? I can change your points. I can change your points at any time I want. I can set your points to 0. Anytime I want, baby girl, I can set your points to 0. Anything but that. Don't worry, I would never do it. I would never. Every one of Soup's crimes results in 1% of her points going away. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Watch this gambling attack where I lose it all. Thumbs up. Why does it say that number? Is that the max number of points you can have? What an oddly specific number. I typed like 1 billion. That's a number thing. Yeah, it must be. Hey, Soup. Hey, Soup. Watch this. I'm jesting. I'm jesting. I'm jesting. Here you go. You got all your bells back. There you go, bestie. Love you too. Can I have some of Soup's spells as a treat? You'd have to ask Soup. Soup can type the give points command. That's an integer thing. Oh, well, let me just give myself my points back. This is turn into gambling. What's the command? It's exclamation point, give points, and then put Sayaku VT, and then give points, no space, between given points. Give points, space, Sayaku VT, space, and then the number of bells you want to give her. So, like, I could do give points, Leon, 2, 3, 5, 6. You seem to have... Oh, yeah, you can't have an at. You can't have an at in it. It doesn't like that. There you go. You get one more bell, Leon. Well, now I think you're on a cooldown, Soupy. All right. It's probably... You can't set your own points, guys. It's only for me and also super mods. And Daya ain't here. Nice. You gave one. Proud of you. Affects mods if they use give versus add points. They lose the points if they give. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. If it's give, you're literally giving from your pool. If you're adding, if I'm setting points or adding points, I'm just giving you a certain amount. Is that the 1%? All right, let's go to Warhammer time. It's Warhammer time. Yippee! Swah! All right, so what I know about Warhammer is what I've gleaned over the time of knowing you guys, and also from playing Rogue Trader. We've barely gotten... I know it's still a ghost trick. What I know is the little bit I've gotten from Rogue Trader. I'm still in chapter 1 of Rogue Trader. So I still don't know that much, but I'm not going in completely blind. But hopefully Bricky here will be able to teach me a little bit more. We will take some breaks here and there just for me to, like, absorb the lore properly. And also, sorry to say, I'm a yapper, so I will yap over... Actually, I'm not sorry about it, but I will yap over the video sometimes, especially when I find something interesting or I have questions. I will do that. All right. Now I'll pause the music. So with that in mind, oh, let me link the video as I said I would. Here you go. And we are going to keep that pinned. We're going to hop into it. And you guys are going to learn Warhammer with me. All right, let's see. Let's do a little sound test real quick first. We're going to play the video and we're going to see if you guys can hear it. And then I'm also going to talk over it and see if you can still hear me over him. Because if... I mean, I could pause every time I want to make a comment, but realistically, I'm not going to pause every single time I have a thought, because sometimes I'm just going to be like, oh. All right.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty.
All right, I did my own sound check. It looks like it was good. All right. It's react time, baby! Increase it 5%. Okay. One moment, I have to sneeze. Yes. Yes, I live like this. Yeah. Yes, I do.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet.
I keep captions on even if they're generated, because sometimes my brain audio processing.
Old ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise. the Necron tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power.
The captions are not helping. I'm getting confused. Bricky's why I fuck with control so much. The game, not the concept. What is control? I think I'm already lost. That's not a good sign. Okay. All right. Let me try one more time from the top. Okay, got it.
Species began to arise. The Necron tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quote.
Why are they always eating stars? Why are we always out here consuming stars? Cancer skeletons, skin and bones because radiation. Okay, so that's the Necron tier. Maybe the same guy that did Alan Wake. Oh, I've never heard of that game. Why are we always out here? Stars are crunchy. Fair enough. Hadn't thought about it that way. Aren't they made of gas? Wouldn't that be pretty the opposite of crunchy?
From Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the
that sounds like a
Catan's
trustworthy
offer
guy.
of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the old...
So the Necrons are now immortal but soulless? I see. The Necron tier walked into a furnace, got their souls eat up. By honestly... Did they know they were going to get their souls ate up? Souls are not a concept. They're also really bored. They're a physical thing. No. Okay, great. So they walked in there, didn't know they were about to get their souls snacked on. And now they're immortal but soul. Immortal. It's like when you make a deal with a genie. Like, you gotta know. They eat stars for a living. I feel like maybe that's victim blaming. Perhaps I shouldn't blame the Necrons for the for the crimes of the gods. All right, understood. Okay, I'm following. They were warned. Well, maybe it is. Who warned them? The Deceiver? I don't know if I would have trusted the Deceiver either. One of them was a future seer. Oh, the Necrons? One of them was a future seer. It's just like the story of Cassandra from Greek mythology. The prophet who would try to warn people, but her prophecies always came to pass. Poor Cassandra. One of the guys in the Robot Yaoi, the book you have. Oh, okay. I see. Call them gullible. You know gullible's written on the ceiling? All right.
Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy.
Sorry, let me back up a little bit.
Under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy.
Okay, all right. For some reason, my brain shut off who was lying dormant. For future reference, these guys are Bionicles. Soup, I feel like you're actively trying to lessen my understanding of this. This is all preamble, backdrop of lore. Okay, got it. The Necrons, yeah. Okay, good. Oh my lord, you're right. Uh-oh. Oh lord. Oh, they're fighting. Okay. So, I think the only part I maybe missed, and I'm so sorry that I keep rewinding, I just want to make sure that I'm not getting confused, was right after they lost their souls, somebody was fighting. Hi, Kagiri. Thank you for the care package.
Rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter immense power of mortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the...
Okay, so the Catan, who I've forgotten who they are, the Catan and the Necrons rally to fight the Old Ones. The Old Ones get wiped out. Then the Catan turn on each other because they're bloodthirsty and they need something to fight. And they're greedy, etc. And then the Necrons are like, now's our chance! Get them! Catans plus Necrons versus Old Ones plus their forces. Yes. Okay, got it. Understood. No worries! Thank you so much for stopping by, Kagiryu. Catan equals star consuming meaning, guys. Thank you. For some reason, and this is when I knew I was going to get confused. I had conflated the Old Ones with the star consumers in my head. They're different. Yes, Catan, eating the stars. And also, eating souls, it turns out. Stars and souls. Old Ones, the gods that said LMAO, Lamau. Got it. We're good. We're so good now. I was like, I think there's something in my head that's gotten tangled up, and I need to back up. Untangled. Which the Old Ones made other races to help out against the Necrons. Right. He hasn't mentioned the other races that the Old Ones made, has he? No, Soup, stay! It's fun to have you here. Don't be Toon. Not yet? Okay, great. I was like, if they mentioned the other races, I've missed it. Okay, great. Wonderful. The Necrons kind of got it rough, it turns out. And since they are skeletons, I do love those, I'm kind of on their side at the moment.
Reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy. But
now
on
he's
a
gonna talk about
pale blue dot, in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time,
I'm a goddess. I still exist. Thank you. Oh shit, no. Oh shit, wait. They'll think I'm a Don't point at me, Bricky. They'll think I'm an old one that'll out at them and they'll kill me. Please.
Humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite
baby, that's my shit right there. You are a psycher. Let's fucking go. I know psychers from Rogue Trader, so we're finally starting to get to some familiar concepts that I know of. Eliza would be an old one. They're frog-like lizards. Stop eating our son. Them the Catan. Suzu's Catan. I don't want to be a Catan. I ain't out here eating souls. Unless. How tasty are they? How yummy?
Are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would
the shot of Cleveland after they're talking about actual hell is disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
Actual hell beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion.
Shit, don't tell the Catan about the warp. They'll be like, oh, fuck, all our snacks are in there. That's where the warp came from. That was their snack pantry. Oh, shit. It's pulling together. Don't think I'm actually being for real on that. That was a joke. I don't think that was it. I don't think that was the actual explanation. They, in fact, knew and had a war with... don't worry. I can say this as an Ohio. Cleveland is just like that. Oh, brother. I'm never going to Cleveland.
Strife. The warp. A sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the
just
galaxy.
Like hell, for real.
The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions
it's
of the
literally hell. Also, one
moment
I'm being snuck up on. All right, sorry about that. I could have kept it going, but I knew I was gonna miss something. Don't bring that term into my chat, Soupy. All right, so it's organized just like the actual hell with all the different, like, 9 layers of hell. Understood?
As an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are 3 major entities, Korn, Nurgle, and Zeech. However, a 4th one, Slanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme...
I'm sorry. I got distracted by corn, and then I got distracted by this big old ass in my face. I really did not hear what he was saying. I looked to the right, saw this skeleton man, and went, that's a weird skeleton gesture. And then I looked over here and saw this big old ass, and nothing Bricky said went into my brain. What is this picture? These colors are insane. Oh my god, this is the same. Wonderful. What is this art? I love people with beautiful visions and a lack of fear of clashing patterns. That's how you can tell they got their souls eaten. This isn't the... Don't worry, this isn't the Necrons, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's what he was saying and I missed it. Let me double check.
A fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme...
So Eldar, these guys, the lack of fashion, that's what we have to remember, and huge asses. They will also get their souls eaten. Wonderful. I wasn't worried about that, but that's great to know.
An unbridled excess. The birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused...
I know that guy on the right. Kaya sent me a picture of him. He's kissable and Rogue Trader. Hell yeah. She sent me a pic of it. She said he's kissable. That's all I know of him, but I heard two things. He's kissable and also insane. And I said, well, those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. You know what I mean? Also, if you guys wouldn't mind, and I hope this won't get annoying, if you could drop the spelling for some of these terms, that would help me so much. Because as far as I heard, he said craft world and Drukhari, and I went, what? Craft world? Drukhari, Eldar. Okay, great. Eldari. Craft world. It was craft world. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. That really helps. Thank you so much. This is why I kind of wish I could have subtitles. Like I said, I probably have some sort of mild audio processing disorder, but I can follow it for the most part. It's when he introduces the sci-fi terms that I start to, I don't know. I think I fixate too much on like figuring out what the word is and then I've missed the next sentence. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Eldar for what they are called generally, and yeah, Eldari is the whole race. Okay, gotcha. All right, let me back up a little bit. Let me turn that off. Also, that's going to distract me.
Eldar into those of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wish to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity.
Took me a second. I was looking at him thinking those are crazy cowboy chaps. That is a suit of, that is all metal. All right.
Eddie, that man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines.
So the Thunder Warriors, were they human? But just great warriors? Until they were killed? Yes, okay. But they were human. Okay, so it's not like another race. Got it, understood. Praise the Emperor type shit. That's so fucking funny. Have you played Halo? No. Not even a little. And I regret to inform you, you probably couldn't get me to play Halo. They take humans sometimes against their wills. Also, Emperor Worst Dad. And yes, Thunder Warriors were Mark 1 Space Marines, pretty much. I don't know what this means, but I understand. Sometimes they take humans against their will and reprogram them into war machines. I see. So my whole simile is thrown out the window. That's awesome. I tried to warn you. I don't know Halo. I'm so sorry. Just think of it as like I'm really coming in blank slate and rejoice that I get to learn all this with you. Isn't that exciting? Isn't it exciting that we get to learn something new together? Or you get to teach me? All right. So Thunder Warriors overstayed their welcome, killed them. But now we're on to Space Marines, which will be so much cooler and better. TLDR Thunder Warriors equals D&D Berserkers Forced. Oh, okay, okay.
Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018...
Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor? Space Marines equals D&D Warriors / Fighters Semi-Force. Okay. I see. Primarch. Thank you.
Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While
Bricky just said like 5 things in one sentence that just came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere. All right, listen. I know from 40K there's there is a cult around souls being, around machines having souls. I'll explain it. I'll back it up. I'll explain it all. All right, quit. All right, sick. All right, so there's 18 Primarchs scattered across. We're trying to look for them. All machines have souls. But do they? Or are you just a tech priest? Are you just a tech priest? Oh, boy. Toaster only works because we pray to them. How?
Industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet.
So there's a red planet. Is it just called Red Planet? Do I need to know that name? Mars equals red. I did know. Okay, listen. I said I was a blank slate. I'm not that much of a blank slate. All right. So red planet equals tech planet? Why is it a hellscape? He said tech irradiated hellscape? Is irradiated with tech? Okay, it's like praying to OBS to works, and it works, and that's Mars. I do pray to OBS. Maybe I am also a tech priest. He's just describing Mars, which is radiology hellscape. Sky equals blue. I'm gonna ban you. Both, yes, got it. Okay.
And allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade.
So there is a machine god? So there is a machine god as well? Maybe. Okay. Understood. But the point is there's a cult who believes there's a machine god, and they're living on Mars, the red planet. And the Emperor looked at them and went, I need them to find I need their help to help find my 18 boys. Understood. He threw a lot of things at me that scared me. Not only a cult. The Emperor went on a crusade to rid all religion. Oh. And he just decided to start with the tech priest, and the tech cult was like, you are our god! Oh. 18 cowboys waiting. And he said, well, might as well roll with this. I mean, well, yeah. They always say if you can't beat them, join them. And they join. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. That's just practical thinking. Don't kill people that you can use to help find your 18 lost boys. Honestly, if he killed them, I would have said, why are we following this guy? He seems kind of stupid. It was in his spreadsheet. You have so many boys that you've lost that you need to keep a spreadsheet. That's why I haven't killed you. And, but I am going to kill you now, Pan. Goodbye. Also, welcome in, Pan. We're learning Warhammer lore. Basically, Emperor to the tech priests is they're literally Jesus. I can't believe literal robot Jesus is here. I see. Okay, great. Thank you.
Space Marines were the tip of the spear. Their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds...
Rogue trader mentioned! The Emperor is pretty much considered like ultra god. Okay, we can't be power, what's the word? Power ranking, power scaling our gods now. And if you say that's Warhammer, we have to tab out power scaling our gods. We can't do this. We can and we will.
Supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the minor...
Listen, I don't want to throw a stone in a glass house here and ask why cat ears, because, well, I think there are two pretty big reasons why I shouldn't be the one asking this, but why cat ears? Cat people do exist. Well, why? Listen, I'm not one to start judging. They are, in fact, cat girls in all senses. All right. More on the furry side. Okay. Understood. And more violet. So we're not answering the question of why, but I see.
Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established.
Daddy's boys are back.
However, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the...
You got a favorite son? Hang on, don't think I didn't hear that. That's disrespectful. You got 18 of them. You can't be... Well, I mean, you would find a favorite if you had 18 of them, but that's fucked up. There are over 90 books. Oh, that's a lot of books. Oh boy, I just got the one and I still haven't read it. Oh boy! Ooh, Y equals mutations, and also it will make Games Workshop more money. The yaoi book you got is the yaoiest of them all. Hell yeah, that's why I like it. Alright, so my favorite son, bald as the day he was born.
Emperor Horus would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father.
Well, he got hair, unless that's the Emperor. No, sorry, that's the Emperor. I see his bald head over here. I see him. He's somehow blue-gray now.
Betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy.
That's a front stabbing, but...
This Horus...
Sorry, actually, he does have his back turned to him. My bad, King. That literally is your back.
Heresy.
The Horus heresy.
Would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the...
Half of his sons. Now, what I know about half is 18 is 9. So 9 of his sons have fallen to the heresy. Understood.
Consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum
they stole your name.
and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself.
That's fucked up. They're plagiarized too. They went, you know what? We're not going to call ourselves not the Space Marines. Just add chaos in front of it. We're the Chaos Space Marines. Okay, so whatever. Yeah, that art is crazy. big old fucking head, dog. All right, so the Emperor's physical form died. He specified physical, so I'm gonna assume something they won't bring up, but I must tell you, there is a faction called Emperor's Children. That's not just the Primarchs. What's the difference about this? It was the 80s. Don't worry about it. Oh boy. Their war cry is for the Emperor. Okay. They do it out of irony? Okay, hipster ass. I see. That's the 3rd Legion. What's going on right now? Trying to figure out a setup that I actually like. Alright, there we go.
The absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor will be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected.
How is this gonna look like a beacon of humanity? It looks about as inhuman as it could possibly look. Got a great idea. How to look superhuman? Just fuck him up. Ooh, just put as many wires and tubes and all the bones out. Human.
By his most loyal custodians. The Imperial protected beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium.
Who are the High Lords of Terra? I've missed this. I've missed something. Who are the High Lords of Terra? He's more than 24 feet tall? My human man. High Lords of Terra equals stuffy old fogies put in charge of all humanity. Got it. Thank you. Council of 400-plus-year-old nerds.
Would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the
battle
40th
nuns.
millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
Video over.
Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough...
I just had one of those moments where I was like watching and listening and not processing. I'm so sorry, Bricky. I don't even know what happened. The Tau. Understood. So once Emperor sacrificed himself, everyone was like, wow, he's our god, which is what he didn't want. If I speak about the battle nuns, I'll be killed. I meant like they're hot. You can talk about the battle nuns.
There are secret...
Alright.
Which,
so sorry, Bricky, I'm locked in.
Would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire.
Got it.
And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy. As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I made it. I made it to the title!
Woo! I did it!
Ends here. No. Okay.
Got it. So basically,
What's going on?
there's spoilers in here? How dare you? I'm blind? No, I'm not. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, so now if you're a human, you have to worry about orcs. The Tau also hostile. The Tyranids, chaos. And if you're not on the Imperium side, you also have to worry about them. Understood. There's just like, hey, if you go outside, you're in danger, I think. Tau are the least hostile, but if you don't do what they want, you will be dead before you say no. Okay. Being born is like being drafted into a big galactic space war. Oh, buddy. But if you do what they want, they take you in, give you everything, and castrate you. So the last part of that is... I know, the last part of that, oh, hey, don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. I just don't want more of you. That's fucked up. Hey, what if I'm, like, super chill and awesome and cool? All right, we've only done 12 minutes in, and I've had to pause about 500 times. I'm so sorry to everyone. It was a very info-dense first 12 minutes. Racism is a big thing in 40K. Racism is a big thing everywhere, Soupy. I'm so sorry to tell you. Check DMs. Okay. Checking. Subscriber. Warhammer. What a screenshot. All right. I think I'm ready to get into it. I have around... I think we have a scheduled break around 30 minutes in. So I might be able to take a food break then. Yes. The Yowie Boys. Oh, first is the Yowie Boys? Oh, wait. We're still in the intro. My bad, dog. We're not out of the intro yet. I'll try to pause less, hopefully.
A fantastic job once again, Mr.
Oh, it's an advertisement?
Okay. Himself. Oh,
I'll take a couple bites then.
Love that, my faithful audience. Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on the Strawman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh right, it's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled? Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%. The Night Haunter smiled? No. This could only mean one thing. It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Supps drop exclusively on this here news network. That's right, your esteemed host Bricky, myself, is dropping a 3-part Gamer Supps release for pre-order, available now and only for a couple of weeks. Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Supps, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Supps 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking Atlas, we're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you, thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersupps.com/Bricky and use code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamer Supps, for sponsoring the Strawman News, and let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40K faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games, and a couple miniseries. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for a million stories over a million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire.
Woo! Necron time!
As mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer. but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was...
I was about to say, you got some explaining to do if you know him as the Deceiver. Have I seen that one animation from like 10 years ago? No. Black Library is their bookstore. Oh, okay. 50 years old. 50 years old equals ancient. So anime rules. So if you make it to 30, you're considered anime old. You're considered Necron tier old. Got it. Oh, man.
Blind of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact, not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek.
So if your minds and your soul, lurk well, Soupy. If your minds and your souls are different, this is gonna sound like a really stupid question, so forgive me. What does it? Do they talk a lot about how it feels to have your soul gone? Because, like, for the nobles who lose their souls, but they still have their minds intact, and now they're in control of, like, this super sick ... question mark body. Do they feel like they feel like, I don't know, hollow or empty? No stupid questions. Come on, you used to be a teacher. I know. They do. That's a major part of the books, even. Some books, even. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Understood. Because when he was saying that, Bricky says they feel an extreme emptiness. Okay, great. All right.
The Silent King is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek.
So you can consider it a memory you could never hold again, always looming over you but never visible. And by always, I mean non-stop 100% of the time. Understood. So, oh god, I have a really bad sneeze coming. The Necrons fought back against... Right, okay, recapping. They fought back against the old ones, then the Catan started to fight each other, so the Necrons fought the Catan, and then they went, oh man, my aching joints, ugh, there's a lot of other things coming up. Maybe we should just go into hibernation or stasis, and then they went into hibernation after all that? Fucked shit up and then took a sweet nap? Is that what we're talking? They said, a lot of upstarts around here. I'm gonna take a nap till they come down. Kind of iconic. Not gonna lie. Kind of iconic of them.
Until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years with his perfect memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day and the Necrons are reawakening. But
free my man.
It isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised. Sometimes
60 million years is too long.
Traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for the space metal skeletons to sound like a fucking English nerd that I would have seen in one of my classes. But you know what? Good for them. Well, I wasn't ready for that, but you know what? Good for him. Necrons are the only race that can say, get off my lawn and be correct. He's out of the edge, kicking his feet. Free my man, the Silent King. Free him. Look at that handsome boy, the skeleton. Orcs. Orcs are green and scream. Understood. Nobles, because nobles are sobbing.
Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imatech the Stormlord, seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end.
Always some bitch out here with big dreams trying to usurp.
Like Trazyn the Infinite and Orokin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necron...
Isn't that the Yowie on the cover of the book I have? Isn't that... Oh ho ho!
Scientists and archaeologists like Trazyn the Infinite and Orokin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture.
I don't know you put the Harry Potter puppet musical.
To witness, because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal. but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an...
Can you restore a soul? I thought it was eaten. Doesn't that mean it's destroyed? Or does it like... Are they not like unique souls per vessel? Could you steal someone else's soul and have the... I don't even... Eaten, but maybe can find a replacement. So you could like, if you could maybe steal someone else's soul. So it's not like unique to your body. Can you manufacture a soul perchance? Oh, okay. Orkin the Diviner is the one who was like, hey, this is a bad idea to go into the green furnace. Oh, Orkin. Oh, brother. It's an ongoing story. Oh, okay. Also, how do you spell Zarek? Because in my head it's Z-A-R-E-K, but I feel like there's probably some letters You're a pink furnace, so there. Zarek. The Silent King. So far, he's my favorite character. I like him. Zarek. Okay, thank you. When do they visit the Divine Realm? I'm gonna be real pale. I don't think I want them coming to my Divine Realm. I think they'll try to melt my face. Oh, there's an S and an H that I didn't account for. Understood.
Upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and
mind viruses, like the mind knife I got in my head in 40K. Also, don't put the Necrons in Jujutsu Kaisen. The power scaling would be insane. Suzune, the community could fandom you up a domain in Warhammer and it would legally be canon? Help! I don't think I do well in Warhammer. There's so much brutality. I think I'll die so fast.
To various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones. Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming, and slowly they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean, the sea of...
This is the pause? Oh, wait. You could die before the Warhammers. Oh, thank God. Flayed ones are worse than he is on to explain. I don't really... I don't super want to hear about the flayed ones. Kind of on them for killing the Catan known as the Flayer. That is true. But yeah, he veered a little close to the part of Warhammer that I'm not interested in, which is like I've gone on before, the brutality of it. Like, I do actually find the Necrons very fascinating, and their history and all that. I don't need to hear about all the horrible viruses that they can contract and the terrible ways in which they are killing people or wearing their skin or all that. I don't need to hear about that. I don't want to. I don't want to. You can just tell me a lot of them are fucked up. Like, even more so with viruses and curses, and I'll be like, got it? Leave that. You might enjoy reading about Oberon and the other guy. Okay. But I am finding them very fascinating. All right, so now we're on to where do the souls go when you die? The warp, which is hell. Does every soul have to go? We're just all going to hell? Damn. Also, if you don't want to wear living skin, maybe avoid the Dracarian rogue trader. Oh, man. Don't worry, some don't make it to the warp. Well, that's not as comforting as I hoped.
Is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather
I liked
is.
that graphic.
As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm, but a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as
Alright, this is where we wanted to pause. Chaos! Oh, okay, interesting. That explanation about the warp actually really helped. He does a great job at breaking down a lot of these concepts into... The intro, I think, was overwhelming because he was... And it's a good intro because it gives you, like, the full overview, and then you delve deeper into each, like, do. But, by God, that was a dense first, like, 12 minutes. Oh, so sorry for all the times I paused. All right, I'm keeping up much better now that we're past the intro. Can munch break and type? Yeah, I think I will. We're gonna have a short munch break. I'll run some ads as well. He legally had to keep it dense like that. Yeah, no, I think it was a good way to start the video. It just, I died, and that's on me. But the rest of this video is thankfully a lot easier for me to digest. Thank God, especially with you guys here explaining the concepts as we go. For people like Ty and me. All right. Excuse me, I have a hiccup coming. All right, let's run some ads. I will grab some aspirin real quick. Because I'm a weak guy, and you throw a lot of info at me, and I start to get a literal headache. I am a weak little fella. Or I should just chug more water. One of the two. I'll do both. I'll chug a lot of water and also do that. So I'm going to put us on a brief BRB screen. Oh! What's up? Yes! Everybody drink water right now. And we'll return in 3 to 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We'll return in 3 minutes. No, I don't want... I want jazz. Alright. Bio break! I got that with LOL lore. Oh my god. I love lore, but the first foray into lore is always the hardest. It's always the hardest when you break into it because you just have so much to learn. You have to learn like the broadest overview so then you can start getting the little diving into the chunks and learning all those. So that's always the hardest, but now we're past the hard part. All right. Ad break time. See you guys in a few. I forgot an ad break question. I know. I figured it out. All right, we're back. I've had a silly game to play where you or Corey will get into character and Eliza would try. Ooh, what game is it? Let me scroll up. Would you hang out with Zarek was my ad break question. Ty said yes, which is the emotionally correct answer, but Saya did say no, he would only doom about himself, and canonically I am not a Necron, so probably would kill me. And that is the factually correct answer. You shouldn't hang out with him, but like... homie moment. You know? He's my homie for real. Let me double check this game you sent me. To look at later. Oh, this game looks familiar. Have I seen this before? Oh. It's two fucking nerds running away from an idol with killing intent. Oh. I see. Four people hang out. One turns yandere randomly and hunts the other three down, so you could go full yandere each other. Finally! That's just my everyday life with him. Alright, so we're gonna learn about chaos now. So far, I would say I do really like the Necrons. Their lore is very fascinating. Zarek's my homie. He's my favorite so far. I feel awful for him that he went off on a self-imposed exile. Like, I get it. He is kind of the reason that they're all suffering, but like... I mean, the other alternative was living the... You were stuck between a rock and a hard place, Derek. I mean, I get it. I would have made the same decision is the problem. So I'm biased. Oh, all right. Chaos time. Let's learn all about this.
The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the chaos gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not.
Did he not say they were in charge of like the various emotions, or did I make that up? Because I thought he said they were like the in charge of various. What did he say?
And Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species.
Various facets and emotions. Got it. Because I thought got it, emotions, and then he said blood and murder, and I went, now. I'm not gonna say I don't have a good bit of feminine rage in me, but I can't say blood and murder were emotions that I was thinking of. Not in charge of, but fed by. Represent, but not in charge. Got it. Understood.
Blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may...
So sorry for the disrespectful thought I just had, which is, oh, this is the dude bro faction of chaos. I'm really sorry out there to all the Warhammer fans that I just disrespected. But you're close. Oh. World Eaters. Those are the dude bros? Oh. Yeah, that does sound like it. And they worship this faction. Ah, okay. Understood. This does seem like the kind of faction a dude bro would worship. Like, yeah, he's got a
an axe so big it can split a tank. Let's go.
Corn is a bro, but not a dude bro. Okay. You're right. They're the actual guys doing that shit that the dude bros look up to that wish they could do that shit. Got it.
By the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed
people
Khorne.
who are skilled in martial prowess
feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally.
You're feeding Khorne right now, Ty.
Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne. Normally, if I ever want to explain Khorne, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepherd. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
So true.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number.
I don't like this art. I wish we wouldn't look at this art. This is Eliza's favorite chaos god for some reason. And you know what's fucked up? I was looking at this art thinking I hate this, and Eliza probably loves it.
Of 9 ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
Where the f is it?
His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that
the inventor of gaslighting.
You could do.
I think about this little boy so often. Anytime I can't get my words out, I think about him.
To do you so much you could do anything.
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner,
I scheme all the time.
A spy. All these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is...
See, everyone, my schemes are not always bad. Bricky said it. He approves of my schemes, even. Therefore, stop yelling at me for scheming. The guy who will stab you in the back. That is Eliza's type. It's all making sense now. No wonder Tzeentch is her favorite. She loves someone who will stab her in the back. This would be what I was getting hang out with. But you are feeding Tzeentch. Well, you're feeding Khorne, so what? Well, I'm sorry. You're allowed to feed one of the Chaos Gods and I'm not? What is this hypocrisy? I don't think anyone has yelled at you a scheme. They have. They have. This off stream and they won't know. They won't see this. I like Tzeentch too, but because magic. I probably would serve Slaanesh though. Ooh, I see. See, honor versus lying. Are you missing the part where he said change and hope? What if I'm hope maxing? I'm sorry, you come here to feel hope? Don't make me defend Zeech. I'm not even invested in this yet. Yeah, I haven't chosen a god yet, but if I have to defend already, Corey, when she's bed rotting, would serve Nurgle. All right, I'll keep that in my mind for when I learn more about Nurgle.
Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always
See,
bad,
Ty?
and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune.
Okay, the start of that made me think it was Batman talking. I'm not gonna lie to you. It started to sound like I am the darkness who flaps in the night. Wait, that's Darkwing Duck. Shit. Darkwing Duck. Bird. Darkwing Duck is related to Warhammer. It's all making sense. Tzeentch is lots of birds. Corn will be bulls. Tzeentch is birds. Nurgle's you will see. And Slaanesh is crabs. Oh, okay. But honestly, I'm more into Slaanesh and have Slaanesh demon army. Oh, okay. Hearing a lot about the Slaanesh feller around here.
Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth.
Yeah, it's getting pretty
Nurgle
gross
himself. For Nurgle,
to look at.
The plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease.
Ew, I can still hear it!
Every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter.
Crazy
and by
animation.
creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one. And look at how
Here's the problem. I got so distracted by that animation, I didn't hear what he was saying. I was really hypnotized for a second by the jiggle. It hypnotized me. I have to go back. I have to. Grossing. Funny enough, one of the girly factions. Most girlfriends I've heard about who get into Warhammer play Nurgle. Oh. Got some McDonald's. Nothing fancy this time, but I made some lime cucumber agua fresca to drink. Can I have some? All you missed is he gives gifts, and his gifts are plagues. Okay.
happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strengths. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the three major Chaos Gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned
For the life of me figure out what this image was about to be related to the line. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out until he said psychic. It killed me. I was like, pizza. The pizza guy? Oh god. Bricky, your images are killing me, I swear. Race of Italians. Oh god. Nurgle unironically loves everyone except Zeus. Wait, they got mad beef? That's so funny. I was about to say, I was like, Nurgle kind of seems like the one who's gonna win in the end, because like, I mean, that's just the end of everything. It is what Nurgle's all about, so... He seems like he's pretty chill, pretty happy with it all. In the end, yes, yeah. All Chaos Gods have beef of some sort. Oh. Some are more chill with each other, though. I could see how Khorne and Nurgle would be pretty chill. Tzeentch feels like the rage baiter of the trio. But that's the life, you know? That's the life you live.
Able to elude the pull of chaos.
Sorry, I got
an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons at Catan.
Who are these banana-headed MFs? What? There's so many bananas on my screen. Oh, it's a space. Oh my god, it's the Jesters. They're back. I should have known. They're always out here wearing the weirdest things. I should have recognized immediately. Not all of them are Jesters. Some of them are clowns. Okay.
60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons at Catan, the old ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no...
I don't mean to keep pausing, but every time they put up an image of the space elves, it's a lot. What? Who keeps dressing them? Who lets them wear these things?
Harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Eldar. We're here. We're here. Remember, every gem you see on them has a soul of an ancestor on it. Oh. I mean, you know, some of us like to be buried. Some of us like to be cremated. Some of us like to be gemified. Who am I to say how you may honor your ancestors? It's the 80s and 90s. It's why I miss the bold use of color. I don't miss the bold use of pattern. Perhaps. Suzune is who you are. Yeah, what's up? It's me. Okay, so now we're into the Eldar. So this is going to be related to Slaanesh, I'm assuming, because he was having a lead up of here are the 3. But we know that Slaanesh is the 4th. So how did Slaanesh come to be? Yes. So it's going to be Eldar leading into Slaanesh. Okay.
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared
We're back to
humanoids
this.
that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born
be a sorcerer.
with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp?
Maybe.
Yes. However, in Warhammer 40K, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul. And being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large. And that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small...
What we did in Rogue Trader and then summoning the blue people that killed the NPC I needed. Yes, willpower is a stat on your page. I remember this. Rogue Trader.
Evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the Webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself.
So you're saying they're so cool and they can do whatever they want. They can choose not to age and they can choose to be reborn. And they can choose their method of transportation. They're very cool. They do dress like this and this. And I just think that's really important for us to remember that maybe too much willpower leads to you looking like a hybrid skull jester clown at the circus. You are double cheeked up on a Friday night, though. That is true. But is the trade-off worth it for you? I've lost my place. Never mind, here I am.
That we no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials.
The slick back on that ponytail is insane, though. Her hairline is leaving her.
We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
A man with fake ears and a knife? Is that the answer?
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. With a society so perfect, they wanted
that makes more sense.
And this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean,
the patterns.
I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves.
They started the Hunger Games for fun.
Much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Wait.
There he is.
Slaanesh,
there they are.
The prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth chaos god, with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires, but for Slaanesh...
Another dumb question. Or not dumb question, just a question. So their sacred numbers are 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there a reason we've skipped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And 0? Just for fun? Perhaps. ... All right. Understood. But we aren't there yet. Understood.
That desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The
big number equals evil. Damn. I didn't think about it that way, Shirtal. You're so right, dog. Thank God you're here. We aren't there yet in the whole of Warhammer. Okay. So we don't know if they're... Okay, gotcha. Shirtal coming in with a zinger, as he always does.
That desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more. The want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh, one that aspires to become...
Oh my God. That picture was so right. I was like, hedonism, right? Excess. And then you showed Funko Pops, and instantly I went, oh, fuck. Oh, God, you're right. Oh, God. No. There's so many fucking Funko Pops out Or, oh, Shirtle's banned himself. Goodbye. Actually, yeah, you do deserve a ban for that 6'7" joke. Shirtle, that's awful. Also purple. No, don't equate me to Slanesh. I only have one Funko. I have 2 Funko Pops in my home, and they were both gifted to me. I've never bought a Funko Pop.
A patron of the arts may feed Slanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slanesh. Whiplash is Slanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful than good job.
True.
But is there a line?
Bars.
No, man, no.
This also
Straight bars from that film. Patron of Funko Pops. I only have 2.
moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around.
Oh, fuck, that means my collection of Steam games that I keep buying on sale and then never playing is feeding Slanesh. Ah, shit. My backlog! No! My 300 plus games in my backlog. No! This is something you will come to know. Most things feed Slanesh if you get joy from it. How dare you? How dare you eat my whimsy and my joy? Anti-joy?
Around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance.
That second rap you had today fed Slanesh. What? That's my rap! Get your hands off of it! My collection of artisanal hot sauces, believe it or not, feeds Slanesh. True. No, I'm not gonna have it tomorrow, don't worry. 3 days in a row is too much. That's too much.
And sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of the 6 layers of Slanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment. Indulge in every whim.
Hi, Lich. Nice to see you. I didn't have a question. I do have to back up a little, though.
Did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment. Indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use. Every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist owing to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
I don't like that. Oh boy.
With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant. Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways.
Okay, so remember the person who seek to perfect martial prowess to Khorne and Slaanesh now. Yes, Slaanesh is both he, she, and all in between. Yeah, I figured out Slaanesh uses any pronouns pretty quickly. All right, so Eldari were super cool and perfect, and then they basically just, they were really full of themselves / literal and were on that fucking shit so hard that they birthed another chaos god who then went, a little feast for me of your souls, and then came in and ate all of them, almost all of them, 99.99% of them, and then the other ones went, oh shit, she's gonna eat us, we gotta do something. Got it. Eldar were too perfect for their own good and said, what if we did more? They got bored and caused a goon apocalypse. I'm gonna need people in the Warhammer universe to stop getting bored. Okay, every time you guys get bored, something bad happens. It's getting a really bad yes, and that was Slaanesh's voice too, like a witch in the woods. It won't stop. No. Hi, Lich King. How are you? We're doing a little Warhammer lore react stream. The only factions who won't get bored, are the Imperium of Man. They busy dying. So the only people who won't get bored are the people who are constantly dying. And Tyranids. They don't have the concept. Woo! Woo! All right. So now we're going to learn about the Eldar that didn't get slurped up. And how they're trying to prevent their terrible death of getting slurped. Understood. And orcs who love to fight. Oh, and orcs. Okay.
In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A craft world is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh.
What are the big bubbles on this ship providing in terms of aerodynamics? What are the bubbles for? I'm just enjoying listening to the stream while continuing to sleep. Oh, okay. Enjoy. Sleep well. Ecospheres. Oh. So you had an answer. Should have known. Should have known. If orcs have DACA, orcs are content. What are DACA? No air in space. Okay, Shirtal. You don't have to make me feel like an idiot. All right? Listen. There are many spaceship designs that don't have big bubble. All right? I know there's no air in space, but I'm going to get you. There are many air in space, thank you very much. And what do I know about Warhammer? Maybe there's air in space. Okay? I just think the Eldar are so cool, apparently. What if they can breathe in space? Why do they need air? If they can tell themselves not to age and to be reborn, why can't they just tell themselves to breathe in space? Checkmate. We will get to space-breathing races later. And that's not the answer I wanted. So we're just gonna keep going.
Try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaaneish's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar...
Did I don't think so. It's the same volume.
Seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a
The bone singer? You don't just get to throw that down, Bricky, and walk past it. You went the diplomat, the seer, the warrior, the bone singer. Oh, you know. You guys know the bone singer, right? They sing to the bones. What's a bone singer? Because he's not going to tell me what it is. And that's the disrespectful part, is that he's introduced the bone singer and will walk away. Healer? Now, Shirtal, you just Bazornga to me, and now I'm not sure if I believe you. I've been burned by the Bazornga. He's right? Okay. I got my eye on you, Shirtal.
Seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slaanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar...
Me taking my grandpa out for a little stroll, got his ashes in a locket, you know. Me, as an Eldar. Eldar are very reluctant to give birth to new Eldar because they're dooming the newborns to the fate they live in. World equals franchise, not planet. Understood. I caught that one, but I appreciate the clarification.
The grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azeryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were...
Why did he make a face like that? Why did he make a face like that? Me walking this old man around protecting from assassins. What's up, Capo? The jar. I did miss it. Oh.
Gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azeryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some,
Isha was taken by Slaanesh, then saved by Nurgle. Isha was yoinked and trapped with Nurgle. Wait. Which one? Wait, but which, those are two different stories. Which one? She was the Eldar god of healing and life, so Nurgle gives plagues to her for love. I'm gonna need Nurgle to learn about the classic way of courting with a bouquet of flowers and a box of choco. Maybe, perhaps not plaguing it up. And she sends cures to the living world. Ew.
And while many were killed in Slaaneish's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war.
What are the Aspect Warriors? Nurgle does give a bouquet of flowers, just pest flowers. But what about Choco Pucks? No, shirt though. Bad! I'm spraying you with water. Nurgle gives flowers, just ones with rotten decay. Well, I mean, at least they're trying, I guess. What are the Aspect Warriors? What the frick? Bricky, you're doing it to me, man. I don't know these people. Eldars who channel the gods. Aspect Warriors. Thank you. All right, one more time.
For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are...
I could have just hit play and he would... That's on... Okay, Bricky, you know what? That one's on me. That's my bad. I thought it was going to be another of the other times you did it to me in the rest of this video, but we are in the part where you actually explain things. That's my bad, dog.
Are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his fire dragons, Baharat.
That was a squid head? Hello?
Howling Banshees, led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his fire dragons, Baharoth and his swooping hawks, or Malgan Ra and his dark reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves. And
as much fun as I've had here, I'm afraid I need to step away. Not to get too personal about it, there's been a lot of time spent here and it's beginning to negatively affect my life. I'm supposed to be a leader of men and their continued prominence in this world, and you, the Follies, are actually making me think that maybe women deserve the same kindness, respect, and admiration, if not more. I need to rid myself of these thoughts as goodbye. I won't lie, I will miss you. You know, I hate to see it go down like this, but I was gonna make a joke there, but we're PG-16, so I can't. But I understand the need for some self-reflection time. I'm glad that I could contribute something to this world. I'll miss you too, man. I hope you get well soon, man. I hope you get well soon. Oh god, they're so funny. Oh, Capo, 1 million people talked about custom robo yesterday, though. You would have loved it. Yeah, Shirtal comes in with the zingers, and Capo comes in with the very long paragraphs that kill me. And I'll go down and I'll say it right now. I'll declare women's rights, trans rights are human rights. I love all my Twitch wives. What do you mean I'll never die? I'm Dilt Different. And you're right, Shirtal. You'll only die when I kill you. Don't worry about it. Until I kill you, you can't die. That is my blessing upon you. There you go, good sir. Hi, YouTube. Anyways, let me back it up.
their most symbolic way.
Killing me feeds Slaanesh. feed Corn? That would feed Corn, the god of murder, right? And Slanesh? Slanesh has got to get their own thing. You can't be eating that too. Because you get pleasure from killing him. Good! So I have... Okay. I was going to say, so I have to hate it, but despair also. Slanesh, you got to let me go. Only if you were indifferent. Oh, boy. I don't think Shirtal will let me be indifferent about him. You either love him or you hate him. You know what I mean?
Actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves. And their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning.
Another segment? Not the car. You're telling me the caramel dancing feeds Slanesh? I can't have shit out here. I can't have shit out here that Slanesh isn't slurping up. What the fuck? Slanesh will eat literally every emotion, both good and bad. This is messed up. As Scissor pulls the knife out of Shirtal, Borzinga. Gotta kill me, but be a teen trying not to appear to care about it. Well, that will feed Zinj. And you know what? Maybe I want to feed Zinj. Maybe I'm okay with it. It's about to get wicked, the musical. Oh, it's about to get gay. Let's go.
Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari...
If they kept... I'm sorry, I think I missed one word he said.
...by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue their excess hedonism. They found a solution to this problem. If
this is what I missed.
They tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and
I can't think of crispy spicy soda anymore without remembering that Eliza adds water to her soda so that it won't hurt her. She could never make it as a Drukhari. She could never. They invented soul air fryers. The webways between the warp and reality. These are still space elves because cause pain to others equals stay alive. Okay. I see.
Machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their archons. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will...
The Drukhari can turn a living human into a living wall of flesh. Still can't. So I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear. I forget that I read that. All right.
Best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40K. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the flesh smiths control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy, a dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegara.
Theater kids.
They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a...
You know how you can tell they're Eldar? The patterns. That's how you can tell.
Grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarok's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarok, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of.
Oh! The Imperium of Man. All right, this is when we were going to take a break, which is good because I actually need to move my laundry over. That's right, I'm now doing laundry too. I enjoyed learning about the Chaos Gods a lot. It's nice to be able to, and I feel like I'll be able to remember it all very nicely. I actually weirdly forgot the colors associated with them. I remember that Slaanesh was pink. I'm pretty sure Khorne was red. And Nargo was green, maybe? Red, blue, green, purple. Blue was Zinch. Okay. I found that fascinating. I did enjoy learning about the Elder, or the Chaos Gods, and then learning more about the Eldari. It was also interesting hearing about, well, I've forgotten what the Craft World Eldar are doing. I've somehow supplanted in my head with the Drukhari. Uh-oh. It was about when we got into surviving their best. She said, Eldari, let's fucking go. What? Why is that good? The problem with learning about the Drukhari is, of course, it draws closer to the stuff that I don't enjoy, which is just like, let's explore how horrible everything can get and the brutal ways in which they can torture people. And I don't want to hear about that. So, but I got the general overview, how they're staving off Slaanesh by just basically passing the buck and in essence to be like, no, keep us alive. We're going to torture people. And then, of course, they also are rejuvenated by it and enjoy it and all that. I understand that. So probably will not be, I think, unfortunately, I would say I have the least interest in learning more about Drukhari, just because I think it's going to go too much into the brutality of it. And I'm not interested in learning more about that. But just survive without going into Drukhari. Oh. Hi, Aku. Have a lovely night. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh my God, 20 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. The fishing! Just hides that. Luckily, we were paused. Imperium of Man. Why not Imperium of Woman? I'm an ally.
Help! I'm trapped in the walls.
Work well. I'm an ally. Yeah, you could call me an ally. Zinch would love me. I lie all the time. Okay. Oh. Warhammer no longer the sub on top. It's okay. I appreciate you, Aku. Akugame. One of my favorite games. Alright, we're gonna take a break. I will digest a little bit more. I don't think we're gonna get to the second Bricky video. I think we all know. We've taken 3 hours to get to this point, and we're only 1 hour through the first video. I don't know how it took us 3 hours to get through 1 hour. I'm doing so bad. We're going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to move my laundry over, bio break, all that good stuff. And then we will be right back to learn about the Imperium of Man. All right, see you guys in it. Oh, that's a good ad break question. Let's see. Because of the beginning. Yeah, the beginning took us like 30 minutes alone because I had to stop every second and be like, what? What? Let's see. Ad break question. I was trying to think of one Eldari related, like, good. So, Craft World, you crafting Craft World or Drukhari? We'll see if I can spell it right. I don't know if I did. If you were a piece of furniture, which would you be? That's also fine. All right, see you guys in a bit. Shwa! There was a spider on the stairs and I was so brave and I'm back. I was so brave. I made it all the way back to you. I'm back. Hi everyone, what'd you guys say? If I had to choose, I would be a bet. Also a reminder of date everything true. Mr. Burns confirmed it. Drukari, the song See My Vest sealed it. What does that mean? Also, Craft World Path of Mild Annoyance. Before you start, check DMs for something scary. Thank you, Have over on YouTube. I see you. You're welcome. Thank you, Die. Thank you, Sai. I appreciate that. That is terrifying. That is scary. All right. Thank you. You should check that song out. It's an all-time Simpsons banger. Oh my God, Simpsons! It feels like I'm talking to Pan all over again. You guys would get along like a house on fire. All right. Stretch check. Everyone stretch. I'm doing good. I finished one of my cups of water. I had 2 cups. I got 2 cups. I got a mostly finished mug of tea and half a milkshake, which I should finish tonight. I forgot I had water. Don't forget that. Everybody hydrate, please. What flavor milk? I got an Oreo milkshake. I'm basic like that. Guys, I have an Oreo Thank you. I have an Oreo addiction. Never leave me alone. Never leave me alone with an package of Oreos. They'll be gone by the time you get back. What flavor milk? Oh, I think it's just milk flavored milk. Pretty sure they just put regular milk plus Oreo. I don't think I did chalky or anything. I'm eating an Oreo mint milkshake right now. Me and Yulian! I could have gotten strawberry or chocolate and added that in with the Oreo, but honestly, I'm fine with just regular Oreo. What's my favorite Oreo? Ooh, okay. So it's so dangerous. Hi, Quazzle. So it's dangerous to leave me alone with a package of normal or double stuffed Oreos. I can eat the whole package. I shouldn't, but I could. The only package of Oreos that I can't eat a full package of is Mega Stuff. I've talked about this before and I'll talk about it again. Mega Stuff, you gotta hold it just the right amount of time in the milk so that when you eat it, it's so cakey and delicious. But it's so rich and decadent. Slanesh would love it. It's so rich and decadent that I can only eat like 2 or 3. And then I stop. So in some ways, Mega Stuff are actually the best for me because then I know restraint. All right? Then I know restraint. What about an Oreo cheesecake I can make? I would love that. Quaz, can you do me a favor? Buy Shinobi Warhammer minis? Hell yeah. The Oreo Thins are super good. Oreo Thins are like crack. I can't believe they're legal. My favorite Oreos are Turkish Delight Oreos. Thank God I don't have those. That'd be crazy. Sorry, Suze, I was away for reasons I can only share with you not on stream. So I said you missed me. That's not what I said. I said Shirtal reminded me of you. Have you tried microwaving your Oreos? I have not. Oh my God, is that like toasting your Pop-Tarts? Does it make them nice and warm and delish? What are Oreo Thins? Imagine Oreos but thin. That's an Oreo Thin. After I helped you so much. Okay, see, it doesn't work like that, Pan. The little, oh, whoa, pitiful me act doesn't work on me, Pan. It doesn't work, especially when you follow up that message with the words Oreo thick. That just makes me want to hit you over the head with an Oreo. Should I make it and send it to you? Maybe. I wouldn't say no. The cream gets warm and soft and the cookie tastes freshly baked. That's really good. You're gonna make me go get Oreos. No! Okay, next time I get Oreos, I will microwave them and get back to you on how I like them. Leon, you might have just changed and revolutionized my whole world. You might have just changed the whole game with one suggestion. You don't get it, Suzu. I am always the victim, and if there's an actual victim, I will make it about myself. true. Next break, it'll give you second life for video 2. I don't have Oreos. I'd have to go out and buy them. I can't just leave you guys for like 30 minutes while I go buy Oreos. Also, it's like 10 p.m. It's not time for me to go buy Oreos. No, I'm not gonna do that. Till my grave too longer, the cream melts. Oh, I've Oreos. I can tell you how it is since I haven't had like that either. Okay, great. Ty, do me a favor. Go microwave an Oreo for me and come back. Takes a practice to get it perfect. All right, all right, you've twisted my arm. I'll get a whole pack of Oreos, Leon, and then I'll microwave them all and see how it goes. Oreo shopping street. Do you guys have favorite flavored Oreos, or are you like a... Do you like them? I honestly prefer a good traditional, like... Well, that double stuffed are my favorite, so that's not traditional, but... I like Oreo flavored Oreos, frankly. Uber yourself Oreos. I'm not... Do you... Oh my god. I would have to end stream right now and hop on the bike or Beat Saber or something. I would feel like that's just the most indulgent MF. Slanesh would love me, and I made that joke already, but I'm double making it. Double stuff. Double making it. If I Ubered myself Oreos, the hedonism of that is crazy. I was clicker trained and they fed me tiny Oreos. You like Thin Mints? Ooh, I love a Thin Mint. We actually have a box of Thin Mints upstairs. I ate some earlier. A couple. I love mint flavor. Mint Oreo is honestly just superior. Mint chocolate is so good. Hop on bike while reacting. I don't want you to hear me breathing heavy. Wait, so you really can't have junk food? Yeah, I gotta stay away from the junk food. I mean, of course, I'm gonna have a sweet little treat, but not overindulge. At least until I got some sort of skin condition going on. I need that clear up. The mint Oreo thins are good. I got some mega stuffed Oreos with an Oreo cream inside. That was pretty good. There's a market for those sounds, and I don't think I want to market to them. The blonde Oreos are very underrated. Ooh. That's interesting because I feel like the blonde Oreos are my least favorite. But I respect you, Leon. No, that's not true. I probably don't like the birthday cake ones or what. I hate anything confetti cake or like birthday cake flavored. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. They're not made for me. Mushroom Oreos? Now that, unironically, I would try. I love mushrooms. So I feel like I would like it. I'm Suzu second dislike. What do you mean? Are you blonde? No, that's not what I meant. I don't hate blonde people. Just blonde Oreos, alright? I remember the Smurf cookies. Smurf cookies? I saw a toffee cream Oreo at my store. I need to try. Ooh, toffee cream. Platinum, and I'm white inside. Oh. Here you are, a blonde Oreo. I'm blonde, ignore the roots. I shouldn't. I won't. Don't worry about it. So we're gonna learn about the Imperium of Man. Right, meow? We're gonna learn about that. Huh? Anyways, so... Oh, man, look, that's the Emperor. So they call him the God Emperor, but someone earlier said he would hate that. So they would hate that they call him the God Emperor. Welcome back, Soupy. We're halfway through the video, the first one. We've spent 3 hours getting halfway through a 2-hour video. So we got a lot to go. I am the Emperor, Susan, because I rule with love. So that's not... You know nothing about Warhammer. You know what I've seen? Never seen that would be good? Matcha Oreos. I don't love a lot of matcha sweets. Sweetened green tea has never really been something that I like. But I could see that. I think a lot of people would go crazy for it. I mean, matcha Kit Kats are insanely popular. I'm surprised that matcha Oreos aren't a thing. Like the salamanders. I haven't learned about the salamanders yet. No. Transformative content. This is transformative content. I can't think of it. I have transformed it by pausing every minute. I've transformed it into an annoyance to watch. I'm so sorry. Matcha Dubai La Boob. So we have to ban Pan. I'm so sorry. Oreo cakesters. Ooh, protein Oreos. Macho Oreos. And with that last joke, we move on. And with that, that's the last Oreo joke we can make. Let's move on. All right. Pouring one out for Shirtal. We missed him in the war.
Before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible.
You really just said it. It doesn't matter. Move on. That's the being smart. You're right. I shouldn't ask questions anymore.
Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader, and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures. And he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his...
Is this... what?
AI banned.
What is this? What is this shape? This guy's religion. What is this shape? What? Starts to say, oh my god, Soupy from movie I, Robot. The shape of religion. Is this just? Do you guys just know? Am I missing something? You receive a letter with no return address. Still not dead. F you, sincerely, Shirtal. Oh, but at least I took the A out of your name. Am I right, Shirtal?
Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
Let's go. I'm ready to learn about how machines have souls.
Long before the Unification Wars, Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however.
Thank you for the advertisement.
Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the Cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, the physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well, what were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments.
Just like Frankie in One Piece, am I right? High five. High five all my One Piece heads out there, just like... Oh. Thank you for the gifted sub, anonymous to Omnisaya. Omniscia? Because it'd be Messiah, but plus Omni, so it'd be Omnisaya? Actually, don't know how you pronounce that. Thank you for the gifted sub. Praise be to the Omnisaya machine god. Praise be... Wait, you're trying to have a god subscribe to me? He said it in the video. Oh, okay.
Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router. And the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is 3 in 1. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately
That's our
accepted
Jesus.
him as the Omnisaya. Obviously showing up...
Omnisaya. That's our Mecha Jesus right there. I'd recognize him anywhere. Just fueled less by cola and more by mega zealotry. Thank you for understanding me, Shirtel. I can always count on you. Their whole gimmick is let's see how little I can keep of my human body while staying human. Ah. Hi, Yang. I'm learning about it. Yeah, I've been playing. I wouldn't say I'm into it yet, but obviously we got some real big fans, and I'm always open to learning new stuff. So, I got permission from Bricky to react to these videos, and I'm learning all about it. Yeah, I could tell. Yeah, and I've been playing Rogue Trader as well, and I'm enjoying. I would say, I'm finding the things that I can enjoy in Warhammer because I'm not usually a grim dark kind of person. But even so, I am a lore person. So I'm trying to see if this is up my alley. Essentially, don't get into the models, and we're cool. I mean, I admire people. I like seeing Ty's models. I do love seeing all your pictures, Ty, but that is an expensive hobby, so I fear I can't afford it. So that's a sad reality. It's an expensive upkeep. She wouldn't be the one to pay for it. Oh. Scary. I'm being threatened. I'm being threatened. It's a financial slippery slope. It is, yeah. It is expensive, though. The Emperor of Mankind is nothing in comparison to the Great Horned Rat. Is that a Warhammer thing? Or I feel like the answer to all of my questions has always been yes. I feel like it's always yes. Skaven. Oh, okay. Oh, Quazzle, for some reason, I didn't realize you were into Warhammer. And I probably should have known that. My bad. It's a Warhammer, not 40K thing. Oh, okay. Quaz builds models. And I do know they're friends. Just for some reason, didn't occur to me. All right. I was in Warhammer and now I go to therapy. Well, and now you can enjoy it wholesomely. But congrats on the therapy. I'm out of therapy and now I'm going into Warhammer. Woo! We are not the same. We are the Doctor and River and Doctor Who. We're going down different parallel timelines. I've been bitten with $60 for one box of 10 regular troops of Space Marines. $60? 60 buckaroos? Oh, I just accidentally hit ads. Oh, shit! I'm sorry. Unexpected break because I clicked the ad button. So, you guys build models out here? I didn't mean to click it. I'm sorry. It shouldn't have been right there. No, I didn't know where my cursor was. I'm trying to keep it off the video because obviously the play bar pops up. So then I keep it over on the right monitor, but on the right monitor is where my stream manager is on Twitch. So I was on top of the ad button apparently. Because I don't want to keep my cursor on the left screen because then that's where my OBS is and I could accidentally click and tell it to stop streaming, which I have also done in the past. Basically, I just need to keep up with my cursor more. And I need to stop clicking until I'm certain I know where it is. What faction you play and discount matters a lot for pricing. I send you AdMech women because you like women. I do like women. This is accurate. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I like the addition of the skull in that design for no good reason aside from to have skull in design. All right, welcome back. Sorry about unexpected ads. Didn't mean to click on that. That's my bad. All right, let's learn more. So they saw the Emperor and declared him their Mecha Jesus. Understood. What? What's up? No? There is a human... I don't want to know that.
All right. Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of Silica Animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is...
You're correct. That is not something I don't like. No, that is something I don't like. I don't enjoy that information about the servitors.
Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Is showing.
An excerpt from the Servitor creation factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switchback.
I'm not gonna like this quote, am I?
The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next
It's a really long one too, Bricky.
Violet metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams.
It is bad for me.
And even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek.
I'm trying to tank it.
Footstep. What's that for? I asked. Follicular inhibitor. To stop their hair from growing, he said. Freaking sweet, Lois. As for their scientific pursuits,
I just, it's not, no shade to people who find it enjoying. It's the same. This is a part of grimdark fiction that I never enjoy. I'm not interested in reading about all the terrible, horrible ways you can suffer or inflict brutality on people or extreme violence and gore. It's not my thing. It's just not my thing. I'm yucking it. This is not my yum. Just personally, just incredibly subjectively, it's not my thing. Yeah. The industrialization of it, I could almost try to be like, well, it's good to have a process, but that is just, this is never something I'm going to be interested in. But the rest of it, machine spirit cult.
The Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know...
Sorry. I got so caught up on... You ever just, repeat a phrase in your mind? And you're like, Standard Template Construct. And then I blanked out the rest of what he said. I was like, yes. And then I forgot everything else he said in that sentence. I do that so often. It's so annoying. Anyways,
prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or
populate the
STCs.
stars.
These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home.
It's the blueprint to making things like a knife that's 5% sharper or a toaster that flips pancakes.
Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing. Because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy.
I think I got a little lost. Was pretty good knives. So they view it as heretical to improve upon the divine. What does that mean? Like, how are you? What's an action that would be heretical? All technology already exists and is divine. So if you tried to invent a new technology that isn't like in an STC. Okay. So the only technology they'll accept is everything that's already existing, which is being communicated by STCs. Inventing is heretical. All right. Thank you. I got a little twisted. Understood.
Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And just
if they saw the knife making thing and said, what if we attach a scope to it for aiming better, they would be shut down. Okay, gotcha. Or in an STC, and if you deviate from the STC, then that's also heresy. Oh. So that's why it's a huge deal to find an STC that it tells you how to make a better knife. Is that correct? It's a huge deal. Because it's like it'd be like if I rolled up with a second Bible. If I went, actually, here's my second Bible. My knife Bible. Understood. Nibble. Got it. All right. I'm caught up.
Despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings.
That looked like Howl's Moving Castle, and I enjoyed it. The aesthetics of the
Titan Legion.
The aesthetics of that thing looks cool. The one in front. I just looked at the one in back, and it's just kind of a boring mech. But the one in front's pretty cool. It's a huge part of lore because it's the backbone of most Imperium stuff. They are tech support. Eliza also likes the Imperial Knights. Oh. Just look at him. He looks like a whole civilization up here. I think it's the little flags. I think that's what's doing it for me, because it looks like a whole little building atop this guy.
Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict.
They're actually buildings, my guy. Oh, it is in fact a building on top of that guy, even a city. Ow! That's awesome. I want to live on a robot that walks around. Aw, hell yeah, dog.
Grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest.
Guys, I don't know about this guy called the Emperor, am I right? One of the knights, the one with buildings, costs like $1,800 alone in plastics. Oh my Jesus Christ. For YouTube chat, Suzune here is part of the Vtuber group known as the Follies, so she got activated like a sleeper agent. Yes. I'm part of the independent Vtuber group known as the Follies. So anytime I hear the word Folly, I'm instantly like, Follies? Never say anything about the Titan minis. They are a lot of money. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
My Space Marines, too!
Just kidding.
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkan. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy.
Oh, I didn't realize we were getting into, oh, there's not a video marker here. I didn't realize we were getting into, right, because we're getting into Space Marines, so I would learn about the 18 Primarchs. He said 20 earlier, and then he glitched and said 18, so we're two... Okay, either one of two things happened. Either two of them were killed, or it was originally 20 and then it got retconned. Da-da-da question mark? I guess I'll find out.
On the type of conflict,
here's Daddy's boys. Both and neither. Okay.
In circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers.
What forbidden
that
stuff?
Had the ability to serve as his
Chemical
analog
X?
directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all
He's doing
19
it again.
of his sons
19?
were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor
Why did we go back up to 19? What's going on?
himself,
chaos.
despite their genetic differences, and they go as follows in order: Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons finalize and
Alright, I'm gonna go through and give him my own nicknames.
And they go as follows in order. Lionel John.
Now, see, immediately I didn't have a nickname for him, but he does have a pretty glorious beard. Oh my god. Okay, Narnia.
Fulgrim.
Twink.
Percherabo.
My nightmare.
Jagatai.
I'm so distracted by the unicorn behind him with the lightning bolt on him. I'm so What is that crest on your chest? Unicorn Man. Thor. Captain America.
Conrad.
Snape.
Sanguinius.
There's just so much going on. You could be an Eldar with the amount of patterns you got going on. Angel.
Yes. Ferris Manus. Angron.
What the fuck are you?
Conrad Curse. Sanguinius. Ferris.
I really thought he was blind for a second. Twit. Captain America is way too accurate. Sanguinius is he bestest boy? Oh. I don't have an interesting name for this guy. He's gonna get John Warhammer.
Manus Angron.
Oh. Kratos on a bad day.
Robute.
The most boring man I've ever seen in my life.
Gilliman Mortarian.
That's Moon Knight.
Magnus.
Confused.
The Red. Horus.
Horace! Bald.
Supercall. Lorgar.
Horace, but cooler.
Aurelian. Vulcan.
Horace on a bad day. Horace, but grayer.
Corvus.
Corvus, my man, my main man.
And Alfair.
And then this is Horus, but Timu. So this is Timu Horus. No one is cooler than Horus. The Emperor, I think, would disagree with you, but
and Omegon. His sons,
as a man, he's Timu Horus.
To be the warriors he needed them to be were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention.
What about Alfarius then? Who's Alfarius? Was he the gray one? The joke is they're twins. Oh.
He shouldn't have and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others,
of course he did,
not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive, and one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marine.
No, I will not go through and assign nicknames to those. You know what's kind of fucked up? What I've just realized? The faction I'm least interested in is the Imperium of Man so far. That's so fucking funny, dog. I was just sitting here being like, I miss my Necrons. I miss my weird space elves with the bad fashion. I miss my weird little fucked up gremlins in space. We aren't even halfway through the options for them. Maybe you'll enjoy Inquisitors of Mankind. I'm not interested in learning about them. It's just so far I would say I'm the least interested in them. Like, he's listing off all these different sections, and normally I I feel like I would be interested in, like learning about the two different Eldari, for instance. I was very interested in learning about the Necrons and then the Necron tiers. He listed them off, and I was like, all right, and we keep moving. All right, we keep moving, and I don't need to know more. Let me spin you the deets, though. He's giving you proper nouns. All right, hit me, get me interested. I'm ready. Was just the poster boys, Space Marines, so it's understandable to not really be into them. Like, I still like hearing about the history and all that, but it is funny that it was just an idea that occurred to me. I was like, wow, I may be least interested in them. Every name he is saying has about as much info and lore as each of the other factions, so he's not going into deets about them. Gotcha. Is that in part 2, or is that like a completely separate video? Or like, I'd have to go dive into someone else's lore video. He doesn't make one for it? Okay. I see. Gotcha. All right, get back into it. Because it's an introduction of the world. Right. Not a deep dive. Understood. Chaos Space Marines will be in part 2. I am interested in learning more about the Chaos Space Marines. That's true. I do want to know about Horus and his terrible boys. Mr. Bones 40K does great dives into the various Space Marine chapters. Okay. I could look into that. Also, reacting to that. If that is an interest. All right. Back into it.
Unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ.
I'm not gonna like this part, am I? He does an analysis on each Primarch. Ooh, okay. I would be interested in that as well. I would like to learn more about the Emperor's boys. All right.
I'm gonna take this part.
You will like this part? It's silly? Okay. All right. Not grotesque. Okay.
That makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant
that makes your bones grow.
A little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe
wish that was me.
underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new
I
ears
need that.
keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a
I need
bad
so
shape.
many of these.
Skin that acts like transition glasses. I almost got it in one take. A brand
Transition
new kidney,
glasses.
the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound. A special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space.
Oh, I need that.
The ability to spit acid. A gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a
Someone pan for that real quick.
chain sword, which is The Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his Thousand Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves.
Why is that Obama? Why is that Obama on that? For the context of the transition glasses skin, their skin will adapt to the world they're on. So if the skin is too harsh, their skin adapts to manage ice. I see. Why is that former President Barack Obama, but still president in my heart, on that meme?
The feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. The Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truth.
You want to ban Pan up? All right, Pan. Sorry, you gotta get out of here. The salamanders, the ones you got on the quiz, when they go into the founding planet, their skin perma becomes obsidian, and their eyes go red. I don't know if I like being a salamander anymore. Obama-esque. That's awful.
Cycle riding Mongolian fighters. These Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the Angels of Death.
Angels of Death mentioned! The game! I see. Yeah, I think the way to get me interested in the different chapters of Space Marines would probably be me learning more about their Primarchs, and yeah, because that's always been a thing for me. Is usually I get interested in a character and then I get interested in the lore behind them. Although for this one, I have to admit, a lot of the other factions I've just been interested in the lore straight up. I think it probably helped when it started with Necron though, and I liked Zarek. Start with Corvus Corax because that's her hubby. That is my hubby. I gotta learn about him. He my hubby for real. Or if they have an aesthetic that I'm interested in. Read my book. Okay. All right. I gotta breed. Ultimate baby girl sanguineous. Listen, Shirtal, you can't just say the words ultimate baby girl and expect me to be interested and have it work. Just because it's working a little bit doesn't mean it's not. Doesn't mean.
Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40K as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor
Sanguineous
himself.
is baby girl.
These
Fulgrim is
angels
mean
of
girl.
death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section.
See, I fear that's what makes them not interesting to me. It's the part where there's not really... where it's like, oh, they're just here to do a job and they're not like, they don't view humanity worth saving. Da, 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 da. I fear that is probably what makes me, because it's like the more militant it gets, the less interested I get in something. I'm very not interested in military stuff. I've gone over this before, but so that's probably why I feel a certain sense of disinterest going into the Imperium of Man and the Space Marine factions, because it's just like all military. So I'm not super interested in learning about more. Just like I'm not interested in learning about the different branches of the military. You know what I mean? For YouTube later, Angels of Death is a video game. Suzu likes it. I love it. The fun of it, Suzu, is this is their baseline. What we build on from is the lore. Also, they do want to save humanity, but don't always put regular humans above themselves in value to keep alive. I thought he just said they don't view humanity as worth saving. Didn't he just say that? Lamenters have a great war cry. For those we cherish, we die in glory. That's a good one. Some do. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think he did say some don't view it. A sheet? Never heard of it, said. Never heard of Angel of Death. Let me tell you all about it. Afterwards.
Time for speeches is done, said Rogel Dorn. The first great test is
Rogel
here.
Dorn.
My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all. While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40K ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium.
See, this is where I'm starting to lose interest. Not in what you're doing, Bricky. You're doing a great job, but just like this is another facet of things that do not interest me. I mean, I like looking at the ships. I like looking at them, but like I'm not, you know, I don't really. How do I say it? I'm interested in it from an aesthetic point of view, but I've never been one to like, I've never been super interested in learning about cars, planes, the mechanics of everything. That's on me though. That's just a me thing. And so I do appreciate him going into it for people who are interested.
Is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long.
Suzune hitting us with a nice boat. Yeah. Literally, I'm just looking at it being like, interesting. Interesting form. Nice boat. This is my ship in Rogue Trondy. There it is.
Or just over a mile in
Kyle
length, where the Dictator class
Nice
cruisers
name, isn't
can
it?
be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5 miles.
I will say I do like seeing blueprints of ships, because I like seeing where things are laid out.
To the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also...
Okay, well, I like labeled blueprints. I should have specified. I don't fucking know what I'm looking at right now. I like labeled blueprints. I don't fucking know what I'm looking at. Oh, boy.
Jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million.
As a
and they
size
need
comparison,
every
okay.
single one of those members, because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way, because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40K is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
Man, early SpongeBob was really ahead of its time.
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant Sleeping Beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This...
I see. So if I were to sail on the warp, I would just make Eliza Delulu so hard that our unreality became reality through the power of her delusions. I get it now. Eliza's my navigator. I got it. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, yeah. I nailed it. Nailed it. To sleep, perchance, to dream of a Waffle House. Eliza can keep you in the warp forever. Eliza and the power of her mind and third eye and delusions. Her ability to fight reality is exactly parallel. She actually, well, remember reality. Actually, Eliza would be the warp in that situation. But if in the world of Warhammer 40K, I know in my heart she would be a navigator. I know in my heart, if we were in Warhammer 40K, Eliza's a navigator. In reality, she's a manifestation of the warp, and that's not good.
Of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself.
For YouTube chat, we were talking about little E-Lizard VT, E-Lizard VT, who also has reacted to this series, another member of the Follies. Yes. Well, Corey is a sister of Battle. For those of you in YouTube chat, Coriander VT is the third member of the independent VTuber group known as the Follies.
leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you
Never
feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles.
Gang
on the
wars?
ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the
You're an inquisitor trying to study everything and marry all my wives. Teehee. She would 100% be an Eldar seer praying to Suzune. Don't worry, you won't be hardwired to the ship. Thank God. Thank the Lord. I don't even know what I would be in Warhammer. Corey as an Eldar makes sense, though. I can see it. Because you're a rogue trader and a psyker. And I have a mind dagger. Oh! My bad, Bricky. I didn't realize there was my bad. I didn't realize there was a pause right here. And I could have waited 2 more seconds. Was this the last pause of the video, or was it a little bit past this? No. No, we're gonna keep going. All right. No more pauses. We're making it! We've only got 24 more minutes. So we got the Imperial... Oh, that really looked like a B. Navy. No more pauses. Well, no, I'm definitely going to pause. I mean, like, long breaks. Alrighty. So we have Imperial Guard, Knights, and then... Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let's see where we go.
It's not a specific faction of the Imperium. In the same sense and format of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium.
Was
the
insane.
hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the...
Is this a real one? I did get baited.
I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our
las guns,
we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords.
We'll use our fists
and our bare hands. We'll drown them with blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge.
See, that's a real pep talk.
There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is impossible impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle, and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask-clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachin jungle fighters.
See the eyes glazing over for Suzune. I am listening still, but I was just thinking. I wasn't interested. I did like the joke about the orcs throwing the moon part. I did enjoy that. Just because I have 4 eyes, I'm sobbing. Please watch the Warhammer video that came out called Iron Will. What is that? Yeah, I was thinking about how it's always interesting for me that when we go into science fiction genres, I enjoy science fiction media when it doesn't focus too much on humans. And I always wondered about that. And I figured it out. The problem is that science fiction media or anything related to that, it always just makes humans, it just puts them in the military. That's all that ever happens. You just militarize the humanity. And I'm, like I said, not interested in military stuff. So I'm suddenly connecting the dots and being like, huh. That's why I never read too much science fiction media unless it focuses specifically a lot on like non-human stuff, because I don't give a shit about the military. Claudia Stearns, what? Can I say something controversial, Suzu? It will make sure it's all gas. Go on. Is about Commissar Yarick. Oh. Bricky's doing a great job summing this all up, and I am listening. I am paying attention. But it's not something that I want to learn more about. You know what I mean? I'm not pausing as often because I don't have questions, because I'm admittedly not as interested. Reloading gas? Help. Or putting them in science roles. Yeah, sci-fi where they just make them scientists is also tends to be less interesting, right? But I still find it a little more interesting than when they just militarize them. Read your book, Yowie, before diving into more lore outside of the Bricky videos. Yeah, I can do that. Nah, Saya's right. Yeah, it was just a thought I had. I don't know. I will say, it's not that I find all of the humans in Warhammer, like our Psychers are still, or Psychers, dumb question alert, number 4 or 5, are Psychers humans? Are Psychers considered humans? Psychers are humans, okay. Because I'm very interested in Psychers. I like rogue traders. I like most of the humans that we've met in Rogue Trader. I find them interesting. The battle nuns, actually, I do find a little more interesting now. Space Marines and all their chapters, I would say, are the lowest tier of interesting to me at the moment. Yeah. So this section, I think I'm gonna have the least questions about. Psychers are a class. Oh, orcs are psych. Oh, there are orc psychers? Oh. Thousand Sons are evil psyker space marines. Ooh. Yes, Kaya is also forced to read my toxic space yaoi. Plus, I do like more aliens than humans because I know what a human is, so I don't need to learn more about them. That's true. Yeah. There's not a whole lot to explore in humanity for sci-fi fiction stuff. So sci-fi fiction. The phi in sci-fi is fiction. Oh my god. My English degree! There's not a whole lot to explore with humanity, so admittedly, humanity is always like the least interesting part of like fantasy, sci-fi, anything other than nonfiction. But that is always it always tends to be the trend of sci-fi is to go, what do we do to make the humans interesting? Militarize them! And I just sit here like, no! No! This video hasn't gone over orcs of the Nids yet, right? I think that's part 2. I think that's part 2, yeah. Alright. Bricky's doing a great job breaking this down, though. I am understanding things, and so thus, I have very few questions.
And the iron-willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters.
Oh!
Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the Commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been...
Yeah, that's always another thing. in a lot of these fiction is that it's like, because there's nothing inherently interesting or like unique about humanity itself, how we often win these wars is through attrition, just by sheer numbers that we can multiply like crazy. Which is unfortunately also not a very interesting fact. So, but it is one that's echoed by a lot of fiction, and that I do see a lot. That isn't screen tearing, by the way. That was projectiles. We are the rats of the 40K universe, right? Exactly. We're the rats. I do like rats, so.
A living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home.
And see, like, that is interesting. The tragedy of that. I'm trying to think of how to phrase. Maybe I'll put a pin in this thought. I feel like I have a thought related to this, because in theory I should find this part interesting, but I guess it's because like the narrative and everything feeds off of that. So it's like, it is just me watching a bunch of nameless, faceless people that I'll never get to know just be fed into a meat grinder. And again, I'm not really into the brutality of that, so I just kind of, I'm like, well, that's... Let me put a pin in that thought. I'll develop it more. I'll process it some more. Nihilism, thy name is 40K. Yeah. That's a good point, Shirtall. Nobody knows how the sausage gets made, Susan. I think I know how the sausage gets made. Like, I find this passage a good one. I guess it's a shame, like it's interesting because it describes the characteristics of the faction of, like, this is how the Imperium of Man operates, but then everything else with Warhammer also just profits off of that. So it's also feeding all these men into the meat grinder, and I guess that's why I don't inherently like want to. I don't know, how do I phrase this? I'll think about it. I'll ruminate on my wording some more.
Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line.
I guess it's the same reason that I struggle with the military in general, right? Because I of course respect the people who go into it, but because I value them as people, I struggle to respect the things that are feeding these people into these horrors of war and the meat grinder, and that's why I have a fundamental problem with the military in general, right? Because I do value the people behind it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm connecting the dots in my head. It's about making. Oh, welcome in, A-Train. I think the Guard is more impressive when you learn about all the stuff they had to fight against. I do struggle with the military. They'd keep tracking me down. But welcome in. Yeah, I was thinking about, we are pretty far through this video. I've been enjoying learning about all the different, races and everything going on in all the world building lore. And then we got to the Imperium of Man, and I was struggling to figure out why this is probably one of the least interesting part. Not because of what Bricky's doing, he's doing a great job, but it is more because it leans so heavily into the militaristic side of things. And that is just inherently not something I am personally interested in. No shade to anyone out there who that's your jam. Wish I could be me. It's never been me. So it just doesn't load. The video was front loaded. There's actually 8 hidden hours left in this video itself. Help!
In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely
that's my
numbers
problem.
to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are
I love stories based on characters, right? You guys know this. And to new people coming in, welcome. I love character stories. So if it's specifically like a individually does not matter, the characters of this does not matter. That is inherently, I'm going to butt heads against that and lose interest pretty quickly. Because that is, again, just my subjective personal opinion about things. Anyways. Thank you, Bricky. You made me figure out my words.
They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people. People who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love. And in there
who are mogging.
Are stories.
She got that beauty filter on.
There is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge.
Thank you for the sub, Corey. Appreciate you. The lore is luring. Hi, Corey. Let me scroll back up. Don't worry, most books are character stories. Okay, great. Then I'll enjoy those. Susan's problem is that she works too hard. She cares too much. She's such a workaholic. Correct? I mean, 80 to 100% of them. If that's the case, then I think I would like reading the books for sure. I do love a good character story. So if there are like character stories based on specific Space Marines, the thing is, I know that goes against the kind of... That does go against the concept of Space Marines, but I feel like then I would read it and care about it for sure. But Katia got what it deserved. Just saying. What is it? Did Nurgle get you? How is Chaos Week? Oh, yeah, Corey. You're finally pretty much free? I'm so glad. Yippee! No, I get Corey tomorrow. We gotta do our Genshin weeklies. Alright, and now we have to ban Pan. Anyways, let me back up. So sorry, I got distracted.
Technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the...
I paused the wrong thing. Oopsie. Then I will spend all week next week daily to ask her for hangout any moment I'm free. There you go. Space Marine characters will make you like the Space Marine Legions and give you snippets on how they deal with being a Space Marine. Okay. Yeah, I'm down to read that. That is, of course, the way to get me interested in anything, am I right? Just give me a character, and I'll like them. Sorry, I was sliding down in my chair, and I was getting too comfy. All right, there we go. For real? Yeah. The thing is, it has to be a compelling character story. It can't just be like, look at this awesome guy who shoots guns and is so cool and and awesome. I fear that will rarely work on me. Thank you for the care package. You're so right. I have not drank water in a very long time. So drink some water. Everybody drink some water, please.
He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were
They got
lost
the
to time.
gamer
What was once
pose.
a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of
What
the
is a
nobility
pony if not a gigantic death machine? Am I right? I feel like you would like Ragnar, black man, an egotistical man who starts out as a hot-headed second in command and learns to be a leader as a wolf lord. I could like that for sure. Yeah, I could do that.
These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot.
Not the scorpion shit. Guys, I kind of want one of these, but then I feel like I would be so inactive all the time. Also, I fear my monitors would fall off so bad. Brutalkin is about an orc boy going on a wacky adventure as a green tide attacks a Forge world. What's a green tide? Night Destroyer, unless you're looking for the one starting with a C, if I remember carefully. I tried one, it wasn't comfy. No, my dreams! This is fricked up.
Fight for a strong.
You'd have to have really good cushions for it to be comfy, I feel like.
Mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight.
Guys, I don't even want to think about my ancestors haunting me and watching me. Can you imagine if we had a 24/7 pipeline of them just judging me for my everyday thoughts and actions. Green tide equals large group of orcs. It's Eldar all over again, but more judgmental. I know, it's freaked up.
The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in
Leave
the
your
ballpark
ancestors
of 30
alone,
to 50
please.
feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection. And when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like armor.
Shows what you know, Bricky. If you mention patterns, I think about the Eldari. I think about those jester clown motherfuckers.
And is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato
Will I
Head.
Zelda
Battle
it?
cannons,
Sure.
Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal. How about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More auto cannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle.
I paused about 8 times as much as Eliza. That's not good. Listen, I just have thoughts and opinions. And also, I like learning. I like learning. It's good? Okay, good. I was like, oh, shit. I'm going to get people who hate me. Okay, for your reactions and such? Okay, great.
Chivalric fealty.
The problem is I also
ideally
back up every time I pause, so it takes a long longer.
Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grim dark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play.
There's a place called Death's Welcome? Oh boy, Siren Storm. That's a cool name. Uh-oh. Hey, what's going on in Death's Welcome over there? Ooh. Ooh. Do me a favor, make a random planet name. Zorg. Oh, put 2 to 3 adjectives and a noun together. Pink. I was gonna say pink lizard hell. That's 2 nouns. Shit. Pink scaly hell. Pink lizard hell. That's a planet. Look at dog, finally. Pink lizard hell exists in 40K. Let's go. Okay, so there's interesting things going on here.
A game of modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a...
Oh, thank God she at least got her mascara on fleek. I mean, look at those eyelashes. They do be popping. Do you ever think about the fact that, like, if you were buffeted by your ancestors' voices your whole life, how much of you is really you and how much of you is just, like, watered down by your ancestors, which then creates a funnel effect because, like, I feel like then new voices aren't really being added. Right? Because there's not really a you. You're just like an echo of your ancestors. That's natural. She's just built like that with the brain. Thank God they gave her the augmented eyelashes on fleek. Henshin, Kamen Rider bell sound. Thank you. Thank you for the Kamen Rider.
Was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole, who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many
Abhumans? Oh, welcome in, Shield Blair VT. I may be flour, sugar, eggs, cocoa, vanilla, and butter, but I'm still cake and full of love. Hell yeah! Love to hear it. The guy with glasses is hot. Bricky? Shoot your shot, Pan. Go on. Ancestors, please shut up. I need silence just to drive this truck to the tune of the song from Mulan as an abnormal human. Oh, okay.
Humans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But there...
I've never seen Bricky called hot before, but I respect it. Listen, a man with confidence and that can go on a literal 2-hour rant about their special interests. I actually do see it. You're so right, Pan. Oh, to have a nerdy man rant about his interests to me for 2 hours.
If they were not wiped out immediately for being different from their
I'm not picky.
counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The leagues of... Oh, God. Oh, the font is fonting. Is that a V? Is it Votan? Or is that a D? Votan, okay. AKA the kin.
The origins of what will be known as the kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based super...
These are the space dwarves! Let's fucking go! Wait, I gotta back up then. All right, I was thinking about the... I'm sorry, this is another reason the stream has taken so long. Sometimes my brain doesn't latch on to the information, or I have this weird habit where like I take a word and I tumble it around in my head like it's in a dryer on maximum setting, and then I just think about, and I was thinking about the word Votan. And I wish I could explain to you why. It's like the same thing I had in there were habits I had in like high school where like I would hear a word and then I had to like write it in cursive on my leg. I would just like fixate on a word, write it in cursive, and be like, okay, I'm done with that word. And then I could focus again. I don't know. I have weird habits. Rocket star, rocket steel, flint and steel. Oh, to be kissed under the moonlight by the water by a man with autism. I like your style, Shield. Susan says that, but will read my dissertations I send her. I read all your dissertations. How dare you? The problem is they're about how to play League better, and I can only absorb 1 point at a time. Votan lore seems fun. I want to get into them, but I have Harlequins to paint. Ooh! I love the silly clowns and their terrible patterns. Please make sure to paint them as biblically accurate as possible with clashing patterns as much as possible. Took a week to get over the word prestigious. Not a week. It only takes me, like, I just have to write it out or tumble it around in my head for like 30 seconds and then I could move on. I don't know. Does anybody else have that? Or like, it would either be I have to write it in cursive or I had to write it in katakana in Japanese. Because I would just be like, I wonder how I could spell it in katakana. And then I would do that. And then I could think about something else. Maybe I'm not beating the ADHD allegations, am I? I'm not beating them. I feel like I'm really not beating them. Hey, let's keep going.
The origins of what will be known as the kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers, be it guidance, technical or philosophical.
So they have AI? Or because everywhere we talk about with all the races, it's like AI is banned, but the space dwarves have the AI. They have the original AI. So they took all the AI. But don't tell anyone. Ah, shit. I can't be a fan of them if they're AI users. Ah, man. Thank you. I can already tell I like it here. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, we got a really cool community here. They're the reasons that I'm getting into Warhammer. I have a million questions because this is literally my first real foray into the lore. Well, that's not true. I've been starting to play Rogue Trader, but this is very much like me properly learning it for the first time. The first 12 minutes of this video, I'm so sorry if you ever go back and rewatch the VOD. It took me so long to get through the first 12 minutes. It was great. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It took me so long. It took me like, I don't even know, like half an hour to an hour just to get through the first 12 minutes because that was the overview of Warhammer. And I had to keep pausing and be like, what is this?
Schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them. Whoa. These computers became an essential part of their everyday
45
life, especially
minutes?
considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area.
Have we heard about the Age of Strife before? Did he mention that earlier? Yes. Okay. Remind me of the Age of Strife. Is that? I'm trying to construct a timeline in my head. And it's probably too early for me to be trying to do something as advanced level as timelines, but the Votan AI supercores were meant to guide humanity. The leagues became besties with them, and now the Ironkin are a thing, aka AI robots who have as many rights as you do. A lot of challenging things in that paragraph for me to understand. From what I know, the kin are super cool and interesting, but not super outrageous or outlandish like some other races. Oh, it wasn't a good time. Thank you, Cosmic. Shit, you're right, I should have known. When humanity started to fall, aka AI went, maybe humans aren't cool, and went evil mode. Oh, so this was the AI uprising. I thought it had a different name. I thought it was like the Cybernetic Revolt. Wasn't that the name? Cybernetic Revolution? Revolt? Many names. Oh, okay. So Age of Strife / Cybernetic Revolt. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Human crash. Understood. Age of Strife comes after. Oh, okay. Gotcha. The dark time that separated the planets from each other and led Mars to being blasted and Terra to being shit. Gotcha. Okay.
The warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one?
He dropped the word future clone, like I just should have known it. And maybe I should be able to guess from like the words future clone, what that means. But is that literally like my clone in the future? Is that the dwarves keep good DNA and make a good clone out of it? Got it. That maintains memories of the prior life. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Thus keeping immortality of his. Oh. Okay. Well, now I'm glad I asked. That is interesting.
These would be known as the Squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races.
No, please, not more names. I'm already struggling.
For when they didn't.
Fuck.
And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votan, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day.
I was gonna say, I can at least say that I've not downloaded LimeWire, but don't look at my Google Chrome tabs if you want to stay friends with me. Not in terms of content, but in terms of sheer number. I would hate to identify how many I even have open right now. It's, I could count them for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. 54 on that window. Please stop. So that's on that window. Oh, wait, no, this is the only other window I have. Okay, wait. 55, 56. There we go. I could probably close a couple. Anyways, I think they take the genes of like dozens or hundreds of dwarves and make it into a unique gene code that makes it a clone who's also unique and valuable. Oh, I see. They're all just space dwarves. So there's dwarves who are related and connected to everyone else in the society. I see. I just got shot. What? You are all begging me to stop reading. Are any of them Warhammer AO3? Not yet, but it could be. Someone swap me just to close my tabs. No, please don't swap me. You don't want to know how many tabs I have open on my phone. And the problem is I can't even tell you how many because... Well, Saya, you might care. So, you know how in the Google, you know how on your phone in Firefox, if you open up over 100 tabs, it shows you the infinity symbol? And you might not know that because you might not have ever opened up 99 plus tabs. But if you open up over 100 tabs, it shows you the infinity symbol. And so, but the thing is, in the Firefox, in mobile Firefox, it will start putting them in inactive. it'll put it in an inactive tabs folder. And it will tell you how much you have in the inactive tabs folder. And I want you to go ahead and guess. Let's go ahead and have a little guess for how many tabs you think are in my inactive tabs folder. Just throw out a wild number. Okay, it's not that many, Shield. Or Blair. It's not that many! It's not that many! Hep, it's more than that. It's not that many either, Saya! I'm experiencing physical pain. I mean this with as much respect as I can. This is the oldest you've ever made yourself seem on channel. Damn! I am not why RAM is $75 a gig. That is AI, people, and I don't use AI. Thank you! 613, 437. Oh, you got really close, A-Train. I have 457 inactive tabs. You're only 20 off. That's really close, actually. Congratulations. You know the worst part is there is a button where I can just click to close all of them. And I'm not going to click it. I don't feel like a winner. Do you remember all the tabs you have open? Here's the worst part is that I know a lot of these tabs are just things that I have reopened later because I couldn't find the tab. I'm closing some of my active tabs, and I have closed at least 10 tabs of just me opening Discord. There are at least just 10 Discord tabs, I would say. At least. I'm not a monster. I'm sorry. Listen, it's fine. This is why I have the beefy phone, so it can handle all this. Alright, let's move on. Let's go back to the monstrosities happening. Maybe we should go back to the war crimes in Warhammer and less about my phone crimes.
So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own.
My phone's about to have a personality.
The Voton and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Votons still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of...
A kin wizard? Bricky, you're throwing things out. There are wizards now? My God.
Takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exists nowadays.
Lurking needed to comment. The fuck? Hey, listen. I know, right? There's wizards now. That's fucking crazy. Also, thank you so much for the follow, despite my phone crimes. I appreciate you, Adrian. What do you mean, what do you pay me for? For this, right now, what I'm watching. What I'm watching right now, the React. I'm being a good role model. Mostly. Listen, we're all about embrace your flaws and girl failures until you meet one. Aren't we? We're all about girl failures until you finally meet one. Every $10, she closes the tab. Sure, doll, I would be asking for $4,000. That's a lot of money. You're right. For every subscription, I'll close one tab. You're so right, Shirt Doll. Every time someone subscribes to my channel, I will close a tab. No, I can't. All right, let's keep watching. It has
become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exists nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you sign a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know.
So every time, Okay, so they consider themselves all the kin, but the Imperium of Man considers them all to be different species? Tabathon! Another 2 will be open, though these tabs are like the Hydra. I would never do that to you, Adrian. I would never. Humans see shorter, stouter humans and go, you must be a new thing. Well, when your emperor is a 24-foot tall man, and you see someone 5'6", for instance, you're gonna think this must be a new species. Every time she gets a follow, she opens a new tab. Wait a second. No, I don't want that. You guys will start wishing for my downfall.
They were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology. So the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends...
Unless they're the Adeptus, and then they love technology. How do the Adeptus feel about the kin? I don't know. They would hate them because we're anti-AI? Or they don't know that they have the AI? Would they be viewed as heretical? Or like the Antichrist? The kin pretend to be dumb. Whoa. Using voodoo magic. And the Admech. Hate that? Dude. Why are we using voodoo magic? Just go, heh, stupid yet rich dwarves and new trades. We're introducing a lot of new things around here.
The sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Ironkin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly
You have to do a
be
recap at the end of this segment to make sure I understand everything.
Late-stage space capitalism. Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race, made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy
Y'all have to leave your ancestors
died,
alone,
please. Civilizations fell, but as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2. I will see you
Oh my god, we
soon.
actually made it.
Thank you so much for watching.
It took me 5 hours to get through a 2-hour video. Okay, wait. So just to recap the last part, because there's some reasons I got confused. So to recap, the League of Voton are kin. They're also called kin. We're still doing part 1. Yeah, Shinobi. Hey, Shinobi. We just finished part 1. So the League of Voton, also known as kin. Do they just call themselves kin? They were abhumans, right? Abnormal humans, stouter and squatter and shorter, and a lot of things. They went to I forget where they started, but they went to the Galactic Core, or they left the Galactic Core. The race is kin, and the Votan are the AI. They call themselves that. Others call them the Leagues of Votan. Okay, gotcha. They went to the Zoom. For all intents and purposes, they are dwarves of space. Right. Went to core from Terra. They left Terra, went to the Galactic Core with the AI. They took the original AI. And then they started cloning themselves repeatedly over and over and over and over and over again. Right. They wanted to go mine stuff and build life. Cloning themselves over and over and over again, which started corrupting the AI, which has led to fun effects. Cut off from humanity because of the Age of Strife. Right. The Age of Strife is the reason that they left Terra to go to the Galactic Core to mine stuff and build life. Ran off with the AI. Corrupted it by cloning themselves over and over and over again. And now they have some fun things going on. Fun things. And now when they interact with other races, they're just like... Tell them that we're stupid. Don't tell them the truth. I.e., Zinch would love them. They could ask the Votan, how do we build a gun? It could take over 800 years for it to answer, but also it is talking the whole time. Not my computer. My phone. Get it right. Uploading themselves to AI over and over. They uploaded too much dwarf to their dwarf maker at 5,000 AI because it has 900. That's my phone. And also, Votan AI. Okay. All right. Understood. So... And then just real quick, remind me of the reason why they're lying about... Are they lying about all the other... Are they like, tell them we're stupid, it'll be hilarious? Are they lying because they don't want... Why are they lying? Just for fun. Just for a fun fact. I'm gonna steal Suzu's phone as part of my League of Votan army. No. Straight into part 2. Well, now I feel like I should, but then we'll be here for another 5 hours. Fun fact, the kin love the Tau because they can make almost any trade offer to the Tau and just say, for the greater good, a bunch. And the Tau will be like, those dwarves are all right. We'll accept trade. Oh, they're lying because 1, AI is heresy, and 2, avoid being overtaken by Imperium. Got it. Salute. I was like... It's one of those things where I was like, I think I know why they're lying because of common sense, but then what if I'm beefing it in my brain and actually they're lying for a super secret funny reason? They want to be underestimated so they can make better deals. Understood. If the Imperium finds out about they'll slaughter them. If they find out they were once human, they'll get conquered. The funny reason is capitalism. Okay. And then they think they view kin as kin. But the Imperium views all of them as, like, different races rather than kin. Okay, got it. Understood. To make sure that the Imperium can't destroy the Votan and hold on to their stuff. Okay. Guys, I can't believe we finally made it through part 1. I am briefly curious about what part 2 is about. Just to look forward to things. Let's see. Let me put on some music. We've got Chaos Space... Ooh! We got the Dark Mechanicum Chaos. Nice. Okay. Adeptus... I don't even know what that is. Orcs. Agents of the Imperium. The Battle Nuns. The Tau. And Eliza's favorite, the Tyrannid. Gene Stealer cults. Help, girl. Ooh. The Banana Men. Oh... I see. Okay. So there's a lot of things for me to look forward to in this one. Gene Stealers. Yeah, they're after your denim. My denim jackets. Want to find out why red is fast and what real hunger is like? Find out next time in part 2. Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord. Eldar, so we did actually go over Eldar. That was earlier in this video. And therefore, it's in the VOD for you to look forward to. But, yeah, it's like, every time I look at the Eldari art, I find it so funny. All right, let's swap over to just chatting so we can talk about it. Shwa! Hi, everyone. That was really fascinating. Okay, apologies in advance to anyone going back in the VOD and watching from the beginning. I do think you should do that if you're interested in my reaction to things. But the first 12 minutes of of Bricky's video, which is the overview of all of Warhammer, it took me 45 minutes to make it through. Apparently, Ty went back to count to see how long it took me. It took me 45 minutes to get through the first 12 minutes of Bricky's video. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You want to see something cool? You want to see all my models? One moment. Let me change. Here's my winter outfit. Hiya! And my tails. Wait, I can put them away. I can also lift my hand. There we go. This is my winter outfit. Since it's now spring, I've swapped it back over to my spring outfit. I can put it away, of course. Why did I expect a gun? And then, of course, wow, moment. My third model. This is my mascot, Nene. I'm a squishy fox. Nene! Hi. Normally, I have a channel redeem where you can force me to be this form, but I took it off so I could... Oh, wait, I also have another model. I can't forget for my horror gamers. For my horror moment, I have this model, which I also love. I do have Nene on in all these models, but this one has a special Nene. Look at her, she's so beautiful. I have a fan of this one too, actually. Oh, and Tails. There we go. Yep, Nene is my mascot and also my audience icon, mascot. You guys are Nenes. You can customize your Nene however you want, but you're all part of my Fox army. Welcome! Welcome to my army! I'm not a Nene, but you are, deep down. Alright, let me go back to my normal form. I would never, I burned your village, I didn't kill your family. I would never do that. You have no proof. Ahem. But yeah, let's go back, look bottom left. Are we actually at 700? Wait, let me refresh Twitch, because it might be, I think someone unfollowed earlier, or a bot account got taken down. It's one of the, oh, I refreshed and I got logged out. One moment, hang on. I think, because sometimes, unfortunately, we get followed by bot accounts, and then Twitch finds them, and then it kills them off. But nah, we're actually at 699. Damn it. All right, folks, we gotta find one more Warhammer person. Here, I'll update my dongle. Sometimes we get a fake follow here or there. You know how it be. So close. Yeah, over the course of the stream, I think we went down by one, which, again, could just mean that a bot account got nuked by Twitch. Must be Soup's. You think Soup unfollowed me? That's fucked up. It's fine, it's fine. Or someone could have decided that I wasn't their jam anymore. They saw I was getting into Warhammer and they went, ugh, disgusting. I would blame them for that, but you know what? If that's your vibe, I don't want to hear it. They heard about the tabs and failed. You know what the worst part is? I think it was during the tab section that I looked over and went, huh, I lost one. I think it was. I think it was my tab situation. That's fucked up. Listen, I can change. I can change for one sub at a time. Imagine it's Capo. He did, honestly, Capo might not be following. Half the time he unfollows just for the bit. Click the delete all. Well, I need it for subs. Why would I click the delete all? You know what I mean? But yeah, so let's go over the video. I'm stalling, and I shouldn't. Oh shit, wait, I need to relog back in so I can do the raid option. Shit. Oh crap, I need to get my Twitch password. What's up? What's up, Saya? I'm sorry, it's PG-13, I can curse! Anyways, that was really interesting. If I had to think about my favorite thus far, like my favorite race thus far based off this first video, I think it's still the Necrons. I think I was most compelled by them. I just think they're so funny and iconic for being like, we fucked shit up and now things are looking really bad, so what if we take a really long nap? I mean, there's something about that is just hilarious to me. I do have a book of the Necron. No, yeah, the Necrons. That's my toxic space yaoi book that I need to read that Saya very kindly got for me. Thank you again, Saya. Of course, the yaoi zombie robots are your fave. Hey! Excuse me. If you know anything about me, Leon, it's that I like skeletons, okay? I'm not really into zombies because I don't like all their melting flesh. It's very upsetting. I like clean bones. So thus I like skeletons. Okay? And here's my new, because there are new people out here, let me just tell you, if you ever are making a supernatural romance game, consider putting in some skeleton romance options for me specifically. Consider putting it in for me specifically. Suzune VT, I would love to kiss a skeleton, please. I just think they're extremely underrated and extremely kissable. And please, pretty please, thank you. And also, if you ever see a dating game with a skeleton romance option, hit me up. Hit me up. Even Blair, I love the Divine and Infinite Great book. Oh yeah, that is the book that I have. New person to channel knew what the toxic robot yaoi space skeleton book was. It's true. That must mean it's an iconic book. Okay, there we go. I finally logged back in. That barely took anything. Thank God. Yeah, so we are gonna plan to read the book as well. I want to have a book club stream about it. And two of my friends have agreed to read it alongside me. So eventually we'll have a stream talking about the book after we read it. So how many subs was it to close all my tabs? Well, it's 1 sub per tab. So it would have to be too many. Is this a setup? No. Not even a little bit. I have to be there for that. Oh yes, please do. I don't know when it's gonna be in all actuality. Oh, I should also say, since we have so many Warhammer fans here specifically, myself and those same 2 friends who are gonna read the book with me actually also are playing Rogue Trader, Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. We are doing a Let's Play for it. So we play it in the Discord, and as we play through it, we record it, and I've been editing the first video, and I've been getting ready to post that to my YouTube channel. It's not up there yet, but it will be, so keep an eye out. Anyone's free to join the Discord. There's the invite. Thank you, Saya. And also, of course, there's my YouTube channel if you want to keep an eye out for the Let's Play. I'm really excited. My friends are so hilarious, and we're having a great time. We are admittedly 3 people with very little prior knowledge, or I would say we're also at the same level of same kinds of interests. So again, we're not too interested in the militaristic side of things, but we are finding the things that we are finding very compelling in the game, and getting more interested from there. So it's been a really fun time. We also love Abelard. I love him. Kaya knows more about Warhammer prior to today. Not too much more. It's true though. She did know some because she played a Warhammer TTRPG, I believe. So she knew enough so that we could actually get in there. Reacted to Suzune Endler. Oh yeah, you want me to pull up Ratsune? That's in my Rogue Trader playthrough. Let me pull up Ratsune real quick. Where are you? Ratsune? Pan, if you don't like Ratsune, why'd you draw her? Cause here she, whoop, where is she? Here she is. No. I was looking through my OBS sources to grab an image. There we go. There's Ratsune. How can you make fun of Pan's OBS tabs? Because Have you seen it? Because his OBS runs like shit. Mine runs fine. Because I barely have anything in my OBS. And anything I have, I'm actively using, and it's not a nightmare in here. Also, if my Chrome ever tanks my performance, I just close it, and I can keep streaming. Easy solution, what can I say? I've created a monster. It's Ratsune, and I love her. She's my 40K portrait. Much less evil and gross than the other Warhammer rats. What can I say? I'm a diva, and I know it. So I don't know when we're gonna react to the second video. I'd like to say next Saturday, but that is my father's birthday, so I will be not streaming that day to celebrate him. I could do next Friday. Tomorrow, not tomorrow. I was thinking about taking off next Friday, but honestly, I had a much better time doing this than I thought I would, so maybe I will do it next Friday. Yes, I'll do that. So next week is going to be mainly collabs. We're going to have, we also have my father also has a birthday. We have so much in common. It's true. So next week is going to look like Wednesday will be Elden Ring Seamless Co-op with Eliza. Very looking forward to it. Thursday should be, Pan, I'm pretty sure it's Triforce Heroes, right? We're doing Triforce Heroes, you, me, and Corey. And then Friday, I think I could make it work. Warhammer Part 2. I'm gonna be gone helping my brother moving. Oh no, we'll miss you. Well, I hope you have a good time. And I hope it goes well. And I also hope he's gonna pay you in pizza. What do people usually pay them when they help move? Pizza and beer. First time you tell me about it? We literally sat in a VC and talked about it. You, me, and Corey, we talked about it. Why is it... We sat, the three of us. And here it was. I talked to Corey and I was like, hey, do you remember the day that we said we were going to play Triforce Heroes? And she went April 15th. And I was like, that's not within the days that Pan gave me, so that's definitely not right. And she was like, March 31st. And I said, no, that's a Monday. You said you would think about it. I'm gonna get you. All right, I'm gonna message you and Corey and ask if Thursday's good. Because you guys told me Tuesday through Thursday, and I'm pretty sure I said, okay, Wednesday and Thursday, but then Wednesday's gonna be Elden Ring, so I can't do that, so Thursday. And I can't do Tuesday because I have to do taxes that day. That's right, I'm finally me, the famous tax procrastinator. I'm finally gonna do my taxes. And no, I haven't done them. I have to make a spreadsheet listing all my business expenses. It'll be exciting. Myself and Eliza. So don't contact me on Tuesday unless you want me to be very stressed out and grumpy. Don't do it. You won't like the Suzune that you won't like me when I'm doing my taxes. Abandon all hope. That's the day I was gonna have. Yeah, so Eliza and I on that day are gonna be, we'll start off with setting up Seamless Co-op. And then we're gonna go into taxes. So we'll get it out of the way. Elden Ring Seamless Co-op is also, if we ever get like too frustrated with a fight or need a change of pace, we're gonna swap to playing Monster Rancher 3 and raise our little monster called Xanax for a bit. That is the deal that we made of like a little breather. We'll do a little Monster Rancher and then we'll go back to Elden Ring. Because that's what helped me with the Wukong, was swapping activities. And Eliza's pretty excited about that, because she was like, I was kind of nervous about just playing Elden Ring, and like, what if I rage quit? And I was like, well, that's what the Monster Rancher's for, baby. I will contact you on Tuesday. In fact, I'll probably rage quit you on Tuesday. I was about to say, we also have D&D on Tuesday, so my Tuesday's going to be crazy. But actually, D&D is going to be really nice of a reward for me doing taxes. Monster Rancher kind of sounds like the word Eliza. So I guess if you said it really wrong, it could. I need to make sure to do an audiobook of The Infinite and the Divine. Ooh, if there was an audiobook. I wonder if I would zone out during it, though. I'll see. Because as you can see with, like, audio stuff, I often go back and rewind things to, like, re-listen. but with books, I can just reread the line over really easily. Hi, Uhu! I should also do taxes then. Everybody do taxes on Tuesday that hasn't done them. We can all do them together, but not actually together because I don't want you to see my money. Lack of money. It's fine. You need a whole village to raise a Ratsune. It's true. You need a whole village to do Suzune's taxes. Teehee. You already did them? Oh my god. Overachiever much. I mean, who's gonna reward you? The IRS? One tax per tab. No, the worst part is just I have to make a spreadsheet with all my expenses so I know the numbers to put in. So I'm gonna also have to dig up those. And I told myself I was gonna keep my receipts close in better organization this year so I wouldn't have to go through the mad scramble I did last year, and I didn't, and I hate my life a little bit. Why don't I ever learn? Oh, why don't I ever learn? I'll never learn. I can't. I won't. I shan't. It's fine. I'm Australian. You're Australian? Hey, do you know anyone willing to get married for a green card? I don't know. Does anybody know any Canadians out there? You can't use this as legal tender. This is all joking. Government agents, this is all a jest. It's the bit. It's satire. Plus need to do your taxes for the subathon, and wow, true. Yeah, my taxes for the subathon is gonna be crazy. Luckily, I was still working last year, so I know I'll get some money back from that. I don't think I'll come out of this owing them money. Although maybe. Famously, I'm tucking my hair behind my ear. I'm just saying, I would love to get out of America. Ooh, get me out of here. Anyways, taxathon, one sub, one tax. Well, a subathon is a taxathon if you think about it, because you're adding to my taxes like crazy. Knock on wood and same. Exactly. I know, I just saw that too, Saya. I gotta find out someone else to raid into. I wanna spread the Warhammer love. Let's look in the same category. Mr. IRS, you wouldn't tax a pretty girl like me, would you? You wouldn't do that, would you? But yeah, next week we'll probably... I'm feeling pretty good about today. I think we can do the Warhammer Part 2 next Friday. As per usual, I put up my weekly schedules both in the Discord and also across my social media. I put it up on Twitter and Blue Sky, and I really need to make an Instagram so I can put it there too. But it'll probably be around 6 p.m. is when I'll start next Friday. Wednesday will be around 4 p.m. because Eliza's a grandmother. And Thursday will be either around 6 or 7, I think. Oh, fuck. I said the fucking meme. God damn it. I know someone who's a Warhammer person, but playing someone else, if you don't mind me suggesting them. Sure, I'll take a suggestion. I wouldn't mind. Instagram, another tab for the tab god. Patron god of phone tabs. I should add that to my list of titles. You're so right. Pan, I'll ban you, I swear to God. Oh, Leon, your points! No! You owe the government 2,000 tax. I'm so sorry, tax officer. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? $4,000 tax. Oh, okay, let me just check them out real quick. I'm so sorry, Leon. It was give points, and then his username, and then the number. How am I gonna pay my taxes now? Just by doing your best, I think. There's something crazy happening on this stream. Oh, they're collabing with a Fleshtuber. Oh my god, the Fleshtuber's Fugi is so fucking funny. Wait, this is gonna be so funny. Thank you. Let me just double check the vibes. We're checking the vibes on this one, baby. Oh, what are they playing? Okay. Alright, y'all, let's get in here. Thank you for the suggestion, Ty. I appreciate you. I'm excited to play as classic Suzune and Suzune Generations. Oh, you want me to pull up that one too? Oh yes, please do follow Pentakio as well. He is a hilarious streamer, makes all his own assets, does all the art you can see. Like you can see the Ratsune that he wrote. He drew that. He drew my Sonic Sona right there. There she is. He's so funny, and sometimes I've lost 60K. He also draws, he draws his Chikawa as well. Let me pull that up as well. There's my Chikawa that Pan drew. Dynasty Warriors. Oh yeah, I did Dynasty Warriors too. You fool. Oh yeah, we did some Dynasty Warrior Origins. I'll need to go back to that. It's not gonna be next week, unfortunately. It'll probably be the week following. Yeah, I've been playing Dynasty Warrior Origins. I think those VODs are still up as well. I really like 2000s RPGs. Legend of Mana is my favorite game in the whole world. In May, we're gonna do a Zelda-thon. We're gonna play a lot of Zeldas nonstop the whole month. Blair will like... Blair, it's like you were meant to be here. You and A-Train and Cosmic Hierophant. I'm so glad to meet new people. So happy. I like most things, and I love that attitude. But we also like to play Ghost Trick. We really like the Ghost Trick. Angels of Death, Ib, all the good games. Any games you can think of. But I also like to try new things. So we've been playing Black Myth Wukong, which was not a game I thought I would ever play and enjoy, but I did, except for one fight that made me want to crash out. League of Legends. I like to pull up my DS emulator. Whatever you can, I like the lore. The first game I ever started streaming with was Paper Mario 1000-Year Door, so that's the kind of streamer I am. But I am the pinnacle of a variety streamer. The only game I never really want to play is like a FPS. I don't like FPS. So you'll never catch me playing Fortnite or COD or anything like that. No Rainbow Six or anything like that. The only game I'll probably play is Space Marine 2. Yeah. TPS. I don't even know what the T stands for. Who just betrayed me and clipped something that I'll have to ban her for? Deadlock. Isn't that the game that Eliza mentioned? Yes, Eliza wants this. Eliza, we were playing, myself, Corey, and Eliza, and she said she liked Deadlock she found it easier than League of Legends, and Corey went, huh? And I said, and Eliza thinks that I can't play it because sometimes too many visual effects going on kills me. I get assassinated. And so Eliza underestimates me, and so now I have to learn how to play it. Now I gotta learn how to play it. I also enjoy gacha games. What's something else that I really like? Actually gonna throw Eliza for that one? Please do. I can't, cause ain't no way. Ain't no way, am I right? What about the classic Halo trilogy? I'm so sorry, you can't get me into Halo. I won't. I will never play Halo. The closest we got is, I did play Armored Core 6, which isn't an FPS, but I mean, it is a shooter, I think. I don't even know what it's, let me just double check. Armored Core 6, we played that on this channel too. That's it's a mecha-based vehicular combat game, but what is like the genre described as? Genre vehicular combat. Okay, that's my bad. I didn't realize there was a genre of game called vehicular combat. So that's on me. That's on me for not realizing it. That's a mecha game. I like the occasional mecha game, although admittedly that's more of my friend Selena's thing. But I did quite enjoy it. What? What's missing? We also played Mega Man Star Force the other night, one of my childhood games, and I really enjoyed it. A mecha cooking game. Ooh. That would hit so hard. I also do like a lot of visual novels. It's very true, like First Snow. We played, ooh, God, I can't even remember. I know there's another game. Unmasked Truths. We do a lot of indie game demos around here as well. Unmasked Truths is a big one. Mirage Noir. I helped support that Kickstarter and I'm really looking forward to it. Visual novels. I also like a good farming game. Honestly, there's very few things I won't play, I feel like. I feel like it's really just FPS. Although I don't really like zombie games either. Really? First snuff? Yeah, including that. Pulls off the third-person mecha vehicular combat RPG Scooby-Doo has to reveal a third-person shooter underneath. I will play Mahjong! I will, I promise. I think it's more like the only things I won't play are FPS. I'm slowly playing more horror games, but there are some still that I'm too scared of, I think, that I go, really? No Valorant, I'm not doing that shit. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. And that's really it. Is that really it? Just FPS? Zombie games? Man, I'll play anything. Just give me a controller and I'll have a good time. Hidden cat games? True. We played Little Kitty Big City as well and I really enjoyed that. I bet you won't play, and I bet I will play Final Fantasy 14. I loved that game. Oh my god, does anybody out there, did you guys ever play Mabinogi? Or am I gonna really show my age on that one? Has anyone out here even heard of the game Mabinogi? Please. There's gotta be at least one person out there. I've heard of it. I have. Oh, thank God. I will play Final Fantasy 14 again. It's just the problem is I keep like paying for it and then not playing it. So I did take it off my credit card finally. And that was rough. I'll go back one day. That's why I told you, I mean, I know. You rated someone who played it. I did. It's true. I love Mabinogi. That was my original MMO back in the day because I was never allowed to play RuneScape. And there's still a part of me that wants to go back and play RuneScape. The original MMOs I played back in the day were Mabinogi and Guild Wars. I think it was 2. I think we decided it was Guild Wars 2. I'm pretty sure it was Guild Wars 2. Those were the original 2 MMOs I played. Now I've gotten more into Guild Wars, not 2. It was, never mind, it was the first one. It was Guild Wars 1. I got it wrong. Should give blood types a try. Horror typing co-op game could be a good way to get into the genre. I like, RPG Maker horror games are my favorite. But I have been playing more other kinds of horror games. Ellie and I co-opted Reanimal this week, which was a lot of fun. I don't even know. That was kind of, I hesitate to call it a or like a horror game because it didn't scare me too bad, but it was like frightening concepts, I think. Who is Ellie? Well, what a great question. Let me shout out her as well. Blood typers. Ah, okay. Ellie is a beautiful elf VTuber who had her 2.0 recently, so please do follow her as well. She's extremely talented and hilarious, and has put a lot of work into her 2.0 debut, and it's going fantastically. Was it not a horror game, or are you just hard as fuck? Oh, yeah, dog. I don't know, it was horrifying concepts and visuals, but, like, not too scary. It didn't heave in my jeebs, you know what I mean? Maybe I just really am that tough now. The problem is the second you put anything first person, I get infinitely more scared, so I would not be able to play, like, BioShock, which isn't even, like, a horror game, but there are scary things in BioShock, and I've tried playing it once, and then I had to put it down. And I walked away. Resident Evil Village. Now, alright, so we're back on the train of people trying to get me to play Resident Evil, I see. Reanimal was scripted enough where she always had a way to get out of things, so it was more of a puzzle and less a horror. That's a good point. Reanimal was more of a puzzle game, and I do really love puzzles, so I had a good time. But I would say the puzzle aspect was higher than the horror. As long as you, like, knew what to do. I'm still voting for FNAF VR, and I'm still ignoring your ass. So there. What about third-person horror? I can do third-person horror. RPG Maker horror, like I said, is still my favorite. And I've still got quite a few RPG Maker horror games that I want to play. I think Noel the Mortal Fate is considered horror. Although that one's honestly more story-driven, but I am going to play all of it for you guys one day. There was also Witch's Heart, which I think that one's more horror. And then I was contemplating the classics like Mad Father and Goody Two Shoes isn't classic, but it does look good, and I do have it. I don't think that's RPG Maker. Or is it? I don't even know anymore. Mega Man Legacy Collection Horror Soul Link. You can't just attach the word Soul Link to everything. The real horror game is Pokemon Nuzlocke, which I will not do. But we did a donathon a long time ago, and I still am doing the goals for that. We did reorganize some, so now I have to play through Pokemon Sword/Shield. I don't remember which one I have. I think it's Shield or Sword. It might be Sword. I don't remember anymore. And I have to do a purple team only challenge, so I will only be able to have a team of purple Pokemon, which I will have to start eventually. But first, the next goals I'm trying to make it through are... We're doing the full playthrough of Elden Ring with Eliza, and I'm doing Dynasty Warriors Origins, of course, as well. The other ones I need to do, like I said, Pokemon Hades 2 playthrough. I still have full playthrough of Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life as well, because that game does have an ending. Off-collab Truth or Drink stream with Eliza, duet song cover with Corey and Pan. I have Triforce Heroes. Myself and Corey need to date everything, all 100 interests. And then we also have to do a Hear Me Out stream. The three of us Follies, Mario Party, Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, Peak with Chained Together mod, Jeopardy About Us, the Warhammer Toxic Rabbit Yowie book, and then a bunch of other stuff, including Mahjong Soul. Tee-hee-hee. You're doing Purple Team on Violet? No, Purple Team on Sword/Shield. And now you're trying to rage bait me by insinuating you're not listening. FNAF VR Soul Link. You can't just keep saying Soul Link. Palos Principle would be for you, I think. Puzzles. Ooh, puzzles. Do you like mystery games? I love mystery games. Who do you think you're talking to? It's first-person mystery with a splash of horror. It's an older game, but very good. Ooh, how about Jackbox Games Nuzlocke? What does that mean? What is it? Like, the second I lose, I just close the game forever? And get through your Marvel Rivals punishments. I do have to still play Marvel Rivals. That's true. I need to see when Quinn is available. Or just Corey. I don't know if Quinn's going to be available anytime soon. Dead Secret. Oh, Ghost Trick Soul Link. So, like, I like the fact that you said Ghost Trick, right? What does it mean? What does it mean? We also have Hollow Knight I need to finish playing through because I started that and then I haven't continued. Peak with the Zombie Apocalypse mod. So I'm not going to do that, but I appreciate the thought and effort and I love suggestions. I really do, but I'm not going to do that, so sorry. Love the attitude. Love everything else about it. Not that. Peak with the Low Taper Fade mod. I would do that. That part I would. Tabletop Sim stream? Oh yeah! I do actually want to do a stream of that sometime soon. Myself and Corey and Eliza, I was gonna grab them and put them into it. Because there's a couple board games I think that we've been interested in. Peak with Soul Link. So again, does that mean if they die I have to jump off the cliff and kill myself? Yeah, I could do that. Oh man, it's gonna be hard to keep Eliza alive. We're just gonna have to keep redoing it. What if they make a mod for Peak where it replaces zombies for skeletons? Now, hang on. You're cooking. Then I would want them to come give me a little kiss. Then I would want that. That's the problem. A little kiss for me? A little skelly kiss for me? But thank you guys. You've made today a really fun day, which is wonderful because, honestly, today has been a bit of a rough day for me before stream. Before stream, it was kind of a rough day. And I went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to have a rough time. But, you know what? Rough day. Rough. But it really was a genuinely good time. I really want to do more streams where I'm not just like sitting down and playing a game for you guys. I I think we have a great time. We especially get to chat and be silly. And especially for the first 30 minutes of stream, for example, you guys gambled all your points away. Paint drying simulator. Tips on blue paint. But I also want to say thank you, and just in general, for making it a fun, welcoming community. Every single one of you. You guys are the reason that when people come in, they're like, oh, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun here. It's thanks to you guys. And I really am genuinely appreciative of that. And it's every single one of you doing that and putting in the work. It's not except you, including you. Including you, Hep Hep. And whether you're coming in and chatting or lurking or goofing and gaffing or walking me through every single one of my silly Warhammer questions, I'm equally appreciative of every single one of you. It's thanks to you guys that I get to do these silly things. And it's thanks to you guys that I get to sit here for 6 hours talking about Warhammer and get to call that my job. Who else does that? So I'm always deeply appreciative of all of you. Bricky, that's right. You know what, Saya? You're right about that. Who else gets to do it? Bricky, literally. It was a good time. I'm glad I stumbled in while painting my mini. Great vibes and good chats. Thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure having you in my community as well. And welcome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Harlequin. Ooh, themed rave night. Ooh. Make sure to send pics. I want to see. I love seeing pics of your guys' your little models and minis. All right, I have definitely yapped enough that my throat is very dry. So I should probably call it there, even though I want to keep talking. I do. Oh, okay. I was about to say I had someone to raid, but yes, you're right. You know what? You're so right, Saya. You're actually so right about that. All right, let's raid into this new person. As always, you guys are indicative of my community, so please be as awesome and kind and chill as you always are. You've been following them for 50 years. Nice. And as always, please make sure to eat something, hydrate, take your meds consistently, and seek therapy. And also, read up about Warhammer. Because I'm going to have more questions next week, and I really need you guys. I'm really going to need you guys. For those of you who aren't Saya or Ty, you're gonna have to do your homework to answer my silly questions. You can't read? I know that. And Dia, my expectations of you are pretty low, but thank you for stream. I finished the clip. Clips? For me? Hell yeah. I can't wait. I'll read up on the toxic yaoi, and I can always count on you for that, Leon. Tabs. So that's all right. Don't make me ban a second T word in chat, okay? It's fine. Don't make me ban a second T word. We already have banned taxes around here. Anyways, I'll see you guys. See you next time. Bye, guys.